So Long a Letter, a novel by Mariama Bâ. Chapter 1. Dear Aisha 2, I have received your letter. By way of reply, I am beginning this diary, my prop in my distress. A long association has taught me that confiding in others allays pain. Your presence in my life is by no means fortuitous. Our grandmothers in their compounds were separated by a fence and would exchange messages daily. Our mothers used to argue over who would look after our uncles and aunts. As for us, we wore our wrappers and sandals on the same stony road to the Quranic school. We buried our milk teeth in the same holes and begged our fairy godmothers to restore them to us more splendid than before. If over the years and passing through the realities of life, dreams die, I still keep intact my memories, the salt of remembrance. I conjure you up, the past is reborn, along with its procession of emotions. I close my eyes, ebb and tide of feeling, heat and dazzlement, the wood fires, the sharp green mango, beaten into ringtones, a delicacy in our greedy mouths. I close my eyes, ebb and tide of images, drops of sweat beating your mother's ochre-colored face as she emerges from the kitchen, the procession of young Welsh girls chattering on their way back from the springs. We walk the same paths from adolescence to maturity, where the past begets the present. My friend, my friend, my friend, I call on you 3 times. Yesterday you were divorced. Today I am a widow. Modu is dead. How am I to tell you? One does not fix appointments with fate. Fate grabs whom it wants, when it wants. When it moves in the direction of your desires, it brings you plenitude, but more often than not, it unsettles, crosses you. Then one has to endure. I endured a telephone call which disrupted my life. A taxi quickly hailed, fast, fast, faster still. My throat is dry. There is a rigid lump in my chest. Fast, faster still. At last, the hospital. The mixed spell of the suppurations and ether, the hospital, the started faces, a train of tearful people, known and unknown, witnesses to this awful tragedy, a long corridor which seemed to stretch out endlessly. At the end, a room, in the room a bed, on the bed, Modu stretched out, cut off from the world of the living by a white sheet in which he is completely enveloped. A trembling hand moves forward and slowly uncovers the body. His hairy chest, at rest forever, is visible through his crumpled blue shirt with thin stripes. This face, set in pain and surprise, is indeed his. The bald forehead, the half-open mouth are indeed his. I want to grasp his hand, but someone pulls me away. I can hear Modu, his doctor friend, explaining to me. A heart attack came on suddenly in his office while he was dictating a letter. The secretary had the presence of mind to call me. Modu recounts how he arrived too late with the ambulance. I think the doctor after death. He mimes the massaging of the heart that was undertaken, as well as the futile efforts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Again, I think, heart massage, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, ridiculous weapons against the divine will. I listen to the words that create around me a new atmosphere in which I move, a stranger and tormented. Death, the tenuous passage between 2 opposite worlds, one tumultuous, the other still. Where to lie down. Middle age demands dignity. I hold tightly onto my prayer beads. I tell the beads ardently, remaining standing on legs of jelly. My loins beat as to the rhythm of childbirth. Cross-sections of my life sprang involuntarily from my memory. Grandiose verses from the Quran, noble words of consolation fight for my attention. Joyous miracle of birth, dark miracle of death. Between the two, a life, a destiny, says Mariama Bâ. I look intently at Modu. He seems to be taller than usual in his white overall. He seems to me thin. His reddened eyes express 40 years of friendship. I admire his noble hands, hands of an absolute delicacy, supple hands used to tracking down illness. Those hands, moved by friendship and a rigorous science, could not save his friend. Chapter 2. Modu Fall is indeed dead. Aisha too. The uninterrupted procession of men and women who have learned of it, the wails and tears all around me, confirm his death. This condition of extreme tension sharpens my suffering and continues till the following day, the day of interment. What a sitting crowd of human beings come from all parts of the country where the radio has relayed the news. Women, close relatives, are busy. They must take incense, eau de cologne, cotton wool to the hospital for the washing of the dead one. The 7 meters of white muslin, the only cloth in Islam allows for the dead, are carefully placed in a new basket. The Zemzem, the miracle water from the holy places of Islam religiously kept by each family, is not forgotten. Rich, dark wrappers are chosen to cover Modu. My back, propped up by cushions, leg outstretched, my head covered with a black wrapper. I follow the comings and goings of people. Across from me, a new winnowing fan, but for the occasion receives the first alms. The presence of my co-wife beside me irritates me. She has been installed in my house for the funeral, in accordance with tradition. With each passing hour, cheeks become more deeply hollowed, acquire ever more rings, those big and beautiful eyes which open and close on their secrets, perhaps their regrets. At the age of love and freedom from care, this child is dogged by sadness. While the men, in a long irregular file of official and private cars, public buses, lorries, and mopeds, accompany Modu to his last rest, people were for a long time to talk of the crowd which followed the funeral procession. Our sisters-in-law undo our hair. My co-wife and myself are put inside a rough and ready tent made of a wrapper pulled taut about our heads and set up for the occasion. While our sisters-in-law are constructing it, the women present, informed of the work in hand, get up and throw some coins onto the fluttering canopy so as to ward off evil spirits. This is the moment dreaded by every Senegalese woman, the moment when she sacrifices her possessions as gifts to her family-in-law. And the worst, still beyond her possessions, she gives up her personality, her dignity, becoming a thing in the service of the man who has married her, his grandfather, his grandmother, his father, his mother, his brother, his sister, his uncle, his aunt, his male and female cousins, his friends. Her behavior is conditioned. No sister-in-law will touch the head of any wife who has been stingy, unfaithful, or inhospitable. As for ourselves, we have been deserving, and our sisters-in-law sing a chorus of praises chanted at the top of their voices. Our patience before all trials, the frequency of our gifts find their justification and reward today. Our sisters-in-law give equal consideration to 30 years and 5 years of married life. With the same ease and the same words, they celebrate 12 maternities and 3. I note with outrage this desire to level out, in which Modu's new mother-in-law rejoices. Having washed their hands in a bowl of water placed at the entrance to the house, the men, back from the cemetery, file past the family grouped around us, the widows. They offer their condolences punctuated with praises of the deceased. Modu, friend of the young as of the old. Modu, the lion-hearted, champion of the oppressed. Modu, at ease as much in a suit as in a kaftan. Modu, good brother, good husband, good Muslim. May God forgive him. May he regret his earthly stay in his heavenly bliss. May the earth rest lightly on him. They are there, his childhood playmates, on the football ground, or during bird hunts, when they used catapults. They are there, his classmates. They are there, his champions in the trade union struggles. The seagull in the gale come one after the other, poignant, while skilled hands distribute to the crowd biscuits, sweets, cola nuts, judiciously mixed, the first offering to heaven for the peaceful repose of the deceased soul. Chapter 3. On the third day, the same comings and goings of friends, relatives, the poor, the unknown. The name of the deceased, who was popular, has mobilized a buzzing crowd, welcomed in my house that has been stripped of all that could be stolen, all that could be spoilt. Mats of all sorts are spread out everywhere there is space. Metal chairs, hired for the occasion, take on a blue hue in the sun. Comforting words from the Quran fill the air, divine words, divine instructions, impressive promises of punishment or joy, exhortations to virtue, warning against evil, exaltation of humility, of faith. Shivers run through me. My tears flow and my voice joins weakly in the fervent Amen, which inspires the crowd's adore at the end of each verse. The smell of the lark cooling in the calabashes pervades the air, exciting. Also passed around are large bowls of red or white rice, cooked here or in neighboring houses. Iced fruit juices, water and curds are served in plastic cups. The men's group eat in silence. Perhaps they remember the stiff body, tied up and lowered by their hands into a gaping hole, quickly covered up again. In the women's corner, nothing but noise, resonant laughter, loud talk, hand slaps, strident exclamations. Friends who have not seen each other for a long time hug each other noisily. Some discuss the latest material on the market. Others indicate where they got their woven wrappers from. The latest bits of gossips are exchanged. They laugh heartily and roll their eyes and admire the next person's boo-boo. Her original way of using henna to blacken hands and feet by drawing geometrical figures on them. From time to time, an exasperated manly voice rings out a warning, recalls the purpose of the gathering, a ceremony for the redemption of a soul. The voice is quickly forgotten and the brouhaha begins all over again, increasing in volume. In the evening comes the most disconcerting part of this third day ceremony. More people, more jostling in order to hear and see better. Groups are formed according to the relationships, according to blood ties, areas, cooperations. Each group displays its own contribution to the cost. In former times, this contribution was made in kind: millets, livestock, rice, flour, oil, sugar, milk. Today, it is made conspicuously in banknotes, and no one wants to give less than the other. A disturbing display of inner feeling that cannot be evaluated, now measured in francs. And again, I think how many of the dead who would have survived if before organizing these festive funeral ceremonies, the relative or friend had bought the life-saving prescription or paid for hospitalization. The takings are carefully recorded. It is a debt to be repaid in similar circumstances. Modu's relatives open an exercise book. Lady mother-in-law Modu's and her daughter have a notebook. Fatimi, my younger sister, carefully records my taking in a notepad. As I come from a large family in this town, with acquaintances at all levels of society, as I am a school teacher on friendly terms with the pupils' parents, and as I have been Modu's companion for 30 years, I receive the greater share of money and many envelopes. The regard shown me raises me in the eyes of the others, and it is Lady Mother-in-law's turn to be annoyed. Merely admitted into the city's bourgeoisie by her daughter's marriage, she too reaps banknotes. As for her silent, haggard child, she remains a stranger in these circles. The sudden calls from our sister-in-law bring her out of her stupor. They reappear after their deliberation. They have contributed the largest sum of 200,000 francs to dress us. Yesterday, they offered us some excellent tertiary to quench our thirst. The Fall family's griot is proud of a role as go-between, a role handed down from mother to daughter. 100,000 francs from the father's side, 100,000 francs from the mother's side. She counts the notes, blue and pink, one by one, shows them round, and concludes, I have much to say about your Falls, grandchildren of Damel Mediodio, who have inherited royal blood. But one of you is no more. Today is not a happy day. I weep with you for Modu, whom I used to call bag of rice, for he would frequently give me a sack of rice. Therefore, accept this money, you worthy widows of a worthy man. The share of each widow must be doubled, as must the gifts of Modu's grandchildren, represented by the offerings of all his male and female cousins. Thus, our family-in-law take away with them a wad of notes, painstakingly topped, and leave us utterly destitute, we who will need material support. Afterwards comes the procession of old relatives, old acquaintances, griots, goldsmiths, libs with their honeyed language. The goodbyes following one after the other at an infernal rate are irritating because they are neither simple nor free. They require, depending on the person leaving, sometimes a coin, sometimes a banknote. Gradually, the house empties. The smell of stale sweat and food blend as strolls in the air, unpleasant and nauseating. Kola nuts spat out here and there have left red stains. My tiles, kept with such painstaking care, are blackened. Oil stains on the walls, balls of crumpled paper. What a balance sheet for a day. My horizon lightened. I see an old woman. Who is she? Where is she from? Bent over, the ends of her bubu tied behind her, she empties into a plastic bag the leftovers of red rice. Her smiling face tells of the pleasant day she has just had. She wants to take back proof of this to her family, living perhaps in Oakham, Tearoye, and Pekin. Standing upright, her eyes meeting my disapproving look, she mutters between teeth reddened by kola nut, "Lady, death is just as beautiful as life has been." Alas, it's the same story on the 8th and 40th days, when those who have learned belatedly make up for lost time. Light attire showing us slim waistlines, prominent backsides, and the new brazier or the one bought at the second-hand market, chewing sticks wedged between teeth, white or flowered shawls, heavy smell of incense and of gargle, loud voices, strident laughter. And yet we are told in the Quran that on the 3rd day the dead body swells and fills its tomb. We are told that on the 8th it bursts, and we are also told that on the 40th day it is stripped. What then is the significance of these joyous institutionalized festivities that accompany our prayers for God's mercy? Who has come out of self-interest? Who has come to quench his own thirst? Who has come for the sake of mercy? Who has come so that he may remember? Tonight, Bineto, my co-wife, will return to her Sigap villa. At last, phew. The visits of condolence continue. The sick, those who have journeyed or have merely arrived late, as well as the lazy, come to fulfill what they consider to be a sacred duty. Child naming ceremonies may be missed, but never a funeral. Coins and notes continue to pour on the beckoning fan. Alone, I live in a monotony broken only by purifying baths, the changing of my morning clothes every Monday and Friday. I hope to carry out my duties fully. My heart concurs with the demands of religion, reared since childhood on their strict precepts. I expect not to fail. The walls that limit my horizon for 4 months and 10 days do not bother me. I have enough memories in me to ruminate upon, and these are what I am afraid of, for they smack of bitterness. May their evocation not soil the state of purity in which I must live till tomorrow. Chapter 4. Aisha told my friend, "Perhaps I am boring you by relating what you already know. I have never observed so much because I have never been so consigned. The family meeting held this morning in my sitting room is at last over. You can easily guess those who were present. Lady mother-in-law, her brother, and her daughter, Bineto, who is even thinner. Old Tamsir, Modu's brother, and the imam from the mosque in his area, Mariama Bâ, my daughter, and her husband Abdu. The mirrors commanded by the Quran requires that a dead person be stripped of his most intimate secrets. Thus is exposed to others what was carefully concealed. These exposures crudely explain a man's life. With consternation, I measure the extent of Modu's betrayal, his abandonment of his first family, myself and my children, was the outcome of the choice of a new life. He rejected us. He mapped out his future without taking our existence into account. His promotion to the rank of technical advisor in the Ministry of Public Works, in exchange for which, according to the spiteful, he checked the trade union revolt, could not control the mare of expenses by which he was engulfed. Dead without a penny saved, acknowledgement of debts, a pile of them, clothes and gold traders, home delivery grocers and butchers, car purchase installments. Hold on, the star attraction of this tripping, the origins of the elegant CICAP villa. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, pink and blue, large sitting room, a 3-room flat built at his own expense at the bottom of a second courtyard for Lady Mother-in-law. The furniture from France for his new wife and furniture constructed by local carpenters for Lady Mother-in-law. This house and its chic contents were acquired by a bank loan granted on the mortgage of Villa Falene, where I live. Although the title deeds of this house bear his name, it is nonetheless our common property, acquired by our joint savings, insult upon injury. Moreover, he continued the monthly payment of 75,000 francs to the SICAP. These payments were to go on for about 10 years before the house would become his. 4 million francs borrowed with ease because of his privileged position, which had enabled him to pay for Lady Mother-in-law and her husband to visit Mecca to acquire the title of Alhaja and Alhaji, which equally enabled Bineto to exchange her Alfa Romeo at the slightest dent. Now I understand the terrible significance of Modu's abandonment of our joint bank accounts. He wanted to be financially independent so as to have enough elbow room. And then, having withdrawn Bineto from school, he paid her a monthly allowance of 50,000 francs, just like a salary due to her. The young girl, who was very gifted, wanted to continue her studies to sit for her baccalaureate. So as to establish his rule, Modu wickedly determined to remove her from the critical and unsparing world of the young. He therefore gave into all the conditions of the grasping Lady Mother-in-law and even signed a paper committing himself to paying the said amount. Lady Mother-in-law brandished the paper, for she firmly believed that the payments would continue even after Modu's death out of the estate. As for my daughter, Daba, she waved about a bailiff's affidavit dated the very day of her father's death that listed all the contents of the SICAP villa. The list supplied by Lady Mother-in-law and Bineto made no mention of certain objects and items of furniture which had mysteriously disappeared or had been fraudulently removed. You know that I am excessively sentimental. I was not at all pleased by this display on either side. Chapter 5. When I stopped yesterday, I probably left you astonished by my disclosures. Was it madness, weakness, irresistible love? What inner confusion led Modu fall to marry Bineto? To overcome my bitterness, I think of human destiny. Each life has its share of heroism, an obscure heroism, born of abdication, of renunciation and acceptance under the merciless whip of fate. I think of all the blind people the world over, moving in darkness. I think of all the paralyzed the world over, dragging themselves about. I think of all the lepers the world over, wasted by their disease. Victims of a sad fate which you did not choose. Compared with my lamentations, what is my quarrel? cruelly motivated, with a dead man who no longer has any hold over my destiny. Combining your despair, you could not have been avengers and made them tremble, all those who are drunk on their wealth. Tremble, those upon whom fate has bestowed favors. A horde powerful in its repugnance and revolt, you could have snatched the bread that your hunger craves. Your stoicism has made you not violent or subversive, but true heroes, unknown in the mainstream of history, never upsetting established order despite your miserable condition. I repeat, beside your visible deformities, what are moral infirmities from which, in any case, you are not immune? Thinking of you, I thank God for my eyes which daily embrace heaven and earth. If today moral fatigue makes my limbs stiff, tomorrow it will leave my body. Then, relieved, my legs will carry me slowly, and I shall again have around me the iodine and the blue of the sea. The star and white cloud will be mine. The breath of wind will again refresh my face. I will stretch out, turn around, I will vibrate. Oh, health, live in me. Oh, health. My efforts cannot for long take my mind off my disappointment. I think of the suckling baby, no sooner born than orphaned. I think of the blind man who will never see his child smile. I think of the cross the one-armed man has to bear. I think, but my despair persists, but my rancor remains, but the waves of an immense sadness break in me. Madness or weakness, heartlessness or irresistible love. What inner torment led Modu fall to marry Bineto? And to think that I loved this man passionately, to think that I gave him 30 years of my life, to think that 12 times over I carried his child. The addition of a rival to my life was not enough for him. In loving someone else, he burned his past, both morally and materially. He dared to commit such an act of disavowal. And yet, what didn't he do to make me his wife? Chapter 6. Do you remember the morning train that took us for the first time to Pontiville, the teachers' training college in Sebi-Cotain? Pontiville is the countryside still green from the last rains, a celebration of youths right in the middle of nature. Banjo music in dormitories transformed into dance floors, conversations held along the rows of genariums or under the thick mango trees. Modu fall, the very moment you bowed before me, asking me to dance. I knew you were the one I was waiting for. Tall and athletically built, of course, olive-colored skin due to your distant Moorish blood. No question. Virility and fineness of features harmoniously blended. Once again, no question. But above all, you knew how to be tender. You could fathom every thought, every desire. You knew many undefinable things, which glorified you and sealed our relationship. As we danced, your forehead, hairline, already receding, bent over my own. The same happy smile lit up our faces. The pressure of your hand became more tender, more possessive. Everything in me gave in, and our relationship endured over the school years and during the holidays, strengthened in me by the discovery of your subtle intelligence, of your embracing sensitivity, of your readiness to help, of your ambition, which suffered no mediocrity. It was this ambition which led you on leaving school to prepare on your own for the 2 examinations of the baccalaureate. Then you left for France, and according to your letters, you lived there in a recluse, attaching little importance to the glitter that met your regard. but you grasped the deep sense of a history that has worked so many wonders and of a great culture that overwhelmed you. The milky complexion of the women had no hold on you. Again, quoting from your letters, on the strictly physical plane, the white woman's advantage over the black woman lies in the variety of her color, the abundance, length, and softness of her hair. There are also the eyes, which can be blue, green, often the color of new honey. You also used to complain of the somberness of the skies, under which no coconut trees waved their tops. You miss the swinging hips of black women walking along the pavement, this gracious, deliberate slowness, characteristics of Africa, which charmed your eyes. You were sick at heart at the dogged rhythm of the life of the people and the numbing effect of the cold. You would finish by saying that your studies were your staff, your buttress. You would end with a string of endearments and conclude by reassuring me, "It's you who I carry within me. You are my protecting black angel. Would I could quickly find you, if only to hold your hand tightly, so that I may forget hunger and thirst and loneliness." And you returned in triumph with a degree in law. In spite of your voice and your gift of oratory, you preferred obscure work, less well paid but constructive for your country, to the showiness of the lawyer. Your achievements did not stop there. Your introduction of your friend Modu into our circle was to change the life of my best friend Aisha too. I no longer scorn my mother's reserve concerning you, for a mother can instinctively feel where her child's happiness lies. I no longer laugh when I think that she found you too handsome, too polished, too perfect for a man. She often spoke of the wide gap between your two upper insoles, the sign of primacy of sensuality in the individual. What didn't she do from then on to separate us? She could see in you only the eternal khaki suits, the uniform of your school. All she remembered of you were your visits, considered too long. You were idle, she said, therefore with plenty of time to waste, and you would use that time to stuff my head to the disadvantage of more interesting young people. Because, being the first pioneers of the promotion of African women, there were very few of us. Men would call us scatterbrained, others labeled us devils, but many wanted to possess us. How many dreams did we nourish hopelessly that could have been fulfilled as lasting happiness, and that we abandoned to embrace others, those that have burst miserably like soap bubbles, leaving us empty-handed. Chapter 7. Aisha too, I will never forget the white woman who was the first to desire for us an uncommon destiny. Together, let us recall our school. Green, pink, blue, yellow, a veritable rainbow. Green, blue, and yellow, the colors of the flowers everywhere in the compound. Pink, the color of the dormitories, with the beds impeccably made. Let us hear the walls of our school come to life with the intensity of our study. Let us relieve its intoxicating atmosphere at night, while the evening song, our joint prayer, rang out, full of hope. The admission policy, which was based on an entrance examination for the whole of former French West Africa, now broken up into autonomous republics, made possible a fruitful blend of different intellects, characters, manners, and customs. Nothing differentiated us apart from specific racial features, the Fon girl from Dahomey and the Malinke one from Guinea. Friendships were made that have endured the test of time and distance. We were true sisters, destined for the same mission of emancipation. to lift us out of the bog of tradition, superstition, and custom, to make us appreciate a multitude of civilizations without renouncing our own, to raise our vision of the world, cultivate our personalities, strengthen our qualities, to make up for our inadequacies, to develop universal moral values in us. These were the aims of our admirable headmistress. The word love had a particular resonance in her. She loved us without patronizing us, with our plaits either standing on end or bent down, with our loose blouses, our wrappers. She knew how to discover and appreciate our qualities. How I think of her, if the memory of her has triumphed over the ingratitude of time, now that flowers no longer smell as sweetly or as strongly as before, now that age and mature reflection have stripped our dreams of their poetic virtue, it is because the path chosen for our training and our blossoming has not been at all fortuitous. It has accorded with the profound choices made by New Africa for the promotion of the black woman. Thus, free from frustrating taboos and capable now of discernment, why should I follow my mother's finger pointing at Daouda Ding, still a bachelor but too mature for my 18 years? Working as an African doctor at the Polytechnic, he was well-to-do and knew how to use his position to advantage. His villa, perched on a rock on the conical facing the sea, was the meeting place for the young elite. Nothing was missing from the refrigerator containing its pleasant drinks, to the record player, which exuded sometimes languorous, sometimes frenzied music. Daouda Ding also knew how to win hearts. Useful presents for my mother, ranging from a sack of rice, appreciated in that period of world penury, to the frivolous gifts for me, daintily wrapped in paper and tied with ribbons. But I preferred the man in the eternal khaki suit. Our marriage was celebrated without dowry, without pomp, under the disapproving looks of my father, before the painful indignation of my frustrated mother, under the sarcasm of my surprised sisters, in our town struck dumb with astonishment. Chapter 8. Then came your marriage with Mariama Bâ, recently graduated from the African School of Medicine and Pharmacy. A controversial marriage. I can still hear the angry rumors in town. What? A Tokolo marrying a goldsmith's daughter. He will never make money. Modu's mother is a Dauphin, a Gulliver from the sign. What an insult to her. Before her former co-wives, Modu's father was dead. In the desire to marry a short skirt, come what may, this is what one gets. School turns out girls into devils who lure our men away from the right path. And I haven't recounted all, but Modu remained firm. Marriage is a personal thing, he retorted to anyone who cared to hear. He emphasized his total commitment to his choice of life partner by visiting your father, not at home, but at his place of work. He would return from his outings illuminated, happy to have moved in the right direction, he would say triumphantly. He would speak of your father as a creative artist. He admired the man, weakened as he was by the daily dose of carbon dioxide he inhaled walking in the acrid atmosphere of the dusty fumes. Gold is his medium, which he melts, pours, twists, flattens, refines, chases. You should see him, Modu would add. You should see him breathe over the flame. His cheeks would swell with the life from his lungs. His life would animate the flame, sometimes red, sometimes blue, which would rise or curve, wax or wane at his command, depending on what the work demanded. And the gold specks in the showers of red sparks, and unchord songs of the apprentices, punctuating the strokes of the hammer here, and the pressure of hands on the bellows there would make passerbys turn round. Aisha too, your father knew all the rights that protect the working of gold, the metal of the genes. Each profession has its code, known only to the initiated and transmitted from father to son. As soon as your elder brothers left the hut of the circumcised, they moved into this particular world, the whole compound source of nourishment. But what about your younger brothers? Their steps were directed towards the white man's school. Hard is the climb up the steep hill of knowledge to the white man's school. Kindergarten remains a luxury that only those who are financially sound can offer their young ones. Yet it is necessary, for this is what sharpens and channels the young one's attention and sensibilities. Even though the primary schools are rapidly increasing, access to them has not become any easy. They live out in the streets an impressive number of children because of the lack of places. Entrance into secondary school is no panacea for the child at an age fraught with the problems of consolidating his personality, with the explosion of puberty, with the discovery of the various pitfalls, drugs, vagrancy, sensuality. The university has its own large number of despairing rejects. What will the unsuccessful do? Apprenticeship to traditional crafts seems degrading to whoever has the slightest book learning. The dream is to become a clerk. The trowel is pawned. The horde of the jobless swells the flood of delinquency. Should we have been happy at the dissertation of the forges, the workshops, the shoemaker's shop? Should we have rejoiced so wholeheartedly? Were we not beginning to witness the disappearance of an elite of traditional manual workers? Eternal questions of our eternal debates. We all agreed that much dismantling was needed to introduce modernity within our traditions. Torn between the past and the present, we deplored the hard sweat that would be inevitable. We counted the possible losses, but we knew that nothing would be as before. We were full of nostalgia, but we were resolutely progressive. Chapter 9. Modu raised you up in his own level, he the son of a princess, and you a child from the forges. His mother's rejection did not frighten him. Our lives developed in parallel. We experienced the tiffs and reconciliations of married life. In our different ways, we suffer the social constraints and heavy burden of custom. I loved Modu. I compromised with his people. I tolerated his sisters, who too often would desert their own homes to encumber my own. They allowed themselves to be fed and petted. They would look on without reacting as their children romped around on my chairs. I tolerated their spitting, the phlegm expertly secreted under my carpet. His mother would stop by again and again, while on her outings, always flanked by different friends, just to show off her son's social success, but particularly so that they might see at close quarters her supremacy in this beautiful house in which she did not live. I would receive her with all the respect due to a queen, and she would leave satisfied, especially if her hand closed over the banknote I had carefully placed there. But hardly would she be out than she would think of the new band of friends she would soon be dazzling. Modu's father was more understanding. More often than not, he would visit us without sitting down. He would accept a glass of cold water and would leave after repeating his prayers for the protection of the house. I knew how to smile at them all, and I consented to wasting useful time in futile chatter. My sisters-in-law believed me to be spared the drudgery of housework. "With your two housemates," they would say with emphasis. Try explaining to them that a working woman is no less responsible for her home. Try explaining to them that nothing is done if you do not step in, that you have to see to everything, do everything all over again, cleaning up, cooking, ironing. There are the children to be washed, the husband to be looked after. The working woman has a dual tax, of which both halves, equally arduous, must be reconciled. How does one go about this? Therein lies the skill that makes all the difference to a home. Some of my sisters-in-law did not envy my way of living at all. They saw me dashing around the house after a hard day at school. They appreciated their comfort, their peace of mind, their moments of leisure, and allowed themselves to be looked after by their husbands, who were crushed under their duties. Others, limited in their way of thinking, envied my comfort and purchasing power. They would go into raptures over the many gadgets in my house: gas cooker, vegetable grater, sugar tongs. They forgot the source of this easy life. First up in the morning, last to go to bed, always working. You, Aisha, too, you forsook your family-in-law, tightly shut in with their hot dignity. You would lament to me, your family-in-law respects you. You must treat them well. As for me, they look down on me from the height of their lost nobility. What can I do? While Modu's mother planned her revenge, we lived. Christmas Eve parties organized by several couples, with the cost shared equally and held in turns in the different homes. Without self-consciousness, we would revive the dances of yesteryear, the lively beguine, frenzied rumbas, languid tangos. We discover the old beating of the heart that strengthened our feelings. We would also leave the stifling city to breathe in the healthy air of seaside suburbs. We would walk along the Dakar Konike, one of the most beautiful in West Africa, a sheer walk of acts wrought by nature. Rounded or pointed rocks, black or ochre-colored overlooking the ocean. Greenery, sometimes a veritable hanging garden spread out under the clear sky. We would go on to the road of Ockham, which also leads to Ungor and further on to Yoff Airport. We would recognize on the way the narrow road leading farther onto Almadi's beach. Our favorite spot was Ungor Beach, situated near the village of the same name, where old bearded fishermen repaired their nets under the silk cotton tree. Naked and snotty children played in complete freedom when they were not frolicking about in the sea. On the fine sand, washed by the waves and swollen with water, naively painted canoes awaited their turn to be launched into the waters. In their hollows, small pools of blue water would glisten, full of light from the sky and sun. What a crowd on public holidays! Numerous families would stroll about, thirsty for space and fresh air. People would undress without embarrassment, tempted by the benevolent caress of the iodized breeze and the warmth from the sun's rays. The idle would sleep under spread parasols. A few children, spade and bucket in hand, would build and demolish the castles of their imagination. In the evening, the fishermen would return from their laborious outings. Once more, they had escaped the moving snare of the sea, At first simple points on the horizon, the boats would become more distinct from one another as they drew nearer. They would dance in the hollows of the waves, then would lazily let themselves be dragged along. Fishermen would gaily foil their sails and draw in their tackle, while some of them would gather together the wriggling catch. Others would wring out their soaked clothes and mop their faces. Under the wondering gaze of the kids, the live fish would flip up as the long sea snakes would curve themselves inwards. There is nothing more beautiful than a fish just out of water, its eye clear and fresh, with golden or silvery scales and beautiful bluish glints. Hands would sort out, group, divide. We would buy a good selection at bargain prices for the house. The sea air would put us in good humor. The pleasure we indulge in, and in which all our senses rejoiced, would intoxicate both rich and poor with health. Our communication with deep, bottomless, and unlimited nature refreshed our souls. Depression and sadness would disappear, suddenly to be replaced by feelings of plenitude and expansiveness. Reinvigorated, we would set out for home. How jealously we guarded the secret of simple pleasure, health-giving remedy for the daily tensions of life. Do you remember the picnics we organized at Sagalkam, in the farm Modu inherited from his father? Sangalkam remains the refuge of people from Dakar, those who want a break from the frenzy of the city. The younger set in particular has bought land there and built country residencies. These green open spaces are conducive to rest, meditation, and the letting off of steam by children. This oasis lies on the road to Rufisque. Modu's mother had looked after the farm before her son's marriage. The memory of her husband had made her attached to this plot of land, where their joint and patient hands had disciplined the vegetation that filled her eyes with admiration. Yourself, you added the small building at the far end, 3 small simple bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen. You grew many flowers in a few corners. You had a hen run built, then a closed pen for sheep. Coconut trees with their interlacing leaves gave protection from the sun. Succulent sapodilla stood next to sweet-smelling pomegranates. Heavy mangoes weighed down the branches. Pawpaws, resembling breasts of different shapes, hung tempting and inaccessible from the tops of elongated trunks. Green leaves and brown leaves, new grass and withered grass were strewn all over the ground. Under our feet, the ants untiringly built and rebuilt their homes. How warm the shades over the camp beds. Team of games were formed, one after the other, amid cries of victory or lamentations of defeat. And we stuffed ourselves with fruits within easy reach, and we drank the milk from coconuts, and we told juicy stories, and we danced about, roused by the strident notes of a gramophone, and the lamb seasoned with white pepper, garlic, butter, hot pepper would be roasting over the wood fire. And we lived. When we stood in front of our overcrowded classes, we represented a force in the enormous efforts to be accomplished in order to overcome ignorance. Each profession, intellectual or manual, deserves consideration, whether it requires painful physical effort or manual dexterity, wide knowledge, or the patience of an ant. Ours, like that of the doctor, does not allow for any mistake. You don't joke with life, and life is both body and mind. To warp a soul is as much a sacrilege as murder. Teachers at kindergarten level as at university level form a noble army accomplishing daily feats, never praised, never decorated. An army forever in the move, forever vigilant, an army without drums, without gleaming uniforms. This army, thwarting traps and snares everywhere, plants the flag of knowledge and morality. How we love this priesthood, humble teachers in humble local schools. How faithfully we served our profession, and how we spent ourselves in order to do it honor. Like all our apprentices, we had learned how to practice it well at the demonstration school, a few steps away from our own, where experienced teachers taught the novices that we were how to apply in the lessons we gave our knowledge of psychology and method. In those children we set in motion waves that breaking carried away in their fall a bit of ourselves. Chapter 10. Modu rose steadily to the top rank in the trade union organizations. His understanding of people and things endeared him to both employers and workers. He focused his efforts on points that were easily satisfied, that made work lighter and life more pleasant. He sought practical improvements in the workers' conditions. His slogan was, "What's the use of taunting with the impossible? Obtaining the possible is already a victory." His point of view was not unanimously accepted, but people relied on his practical realism. Modu could take part in neither trade unionism nor politics, for he hadn't the time. His reputation as a good doctor was growing. He remained a prisoner of his mission in a hospital filled to capacity with the sick, for people were going less and less to the native doctor who specialized in brewing the same concoctions of leaves for different illnesses. Everybody was reading newspapers and magazines. There was unrest in North Africa. These interminable discussions, during which points of view concord or clashed, complemented each other or were vanquished, determined the aspects of the new Africa. The assimilationist dream of the colonists drew into its crucible our mode of thought and way of life. The sun helmets won over the natural protection of our kinky hair, smoke-filled pipe in the mouth, white shorts just above the calves, very short dresses displaying shapely legs. A whole generation suddenly became aware of the ridiculous situation festering in our midst. History marched on inexorably. The debate over the right path to take shook West Africa. Brave men went to prison, others, following in their footsteps, continued the work begun. It was the privilege of our generation to be the link between two periods in our history, one of domination, the other of independence. We remained young and efficient, for we were the messengers of a new design. With independence achieved, we witnessed the birth of a republic, the birth of an anthem, and the implantation of a flag. I heard people repeat that all the active forces in the country should be mobilized. And we said that over and above the unavoidable opt-in for such and such a party, such and such a model of society, what was needed was national unity. Many of us rallied around the dominant party, infusing it with new blood. To be productive in the crowd was better than crossing one's arms and hiding behind imported ideologies. Modu, a practical man, led his unions into collaboration with the government, demanding for his troops only what was possible. But it caused the hasty establishment of too many embassies, which he judged to be too costly for our underdeveloped country. This bleeding of the country for reasons of pure vanity, among other things, such as the frequent invitation of foreigners, was just a waste of money. And with his wage earners in mind, he would repeatedly growl. So many schools or so much hospital equipment lost, so many monthly wage increases, so many tarred roads. You and Modu would listen to him. We were scaling the heights, but your mother-in-law, who saw you resplendent beside her son, who saw her son going more and more frequently to your father's workshop, who saw your mother fill out and dress better, your mother-in-law thought more and more of her revenge. Chapter 11. I know that I am shaking you, that I am twisting a knife in a wound hardly healed. But what can I do? I cannot help remembering in my forced solitude and reclusion. Modu's mother is Antinabo to us and Senabo to others. She bore a glorious name in the sign Diof. She is the descendant of Bo-Sign. She lived in the past, unaware of the hanging world. She clung to old beliefs, being strongly attached to her privileged origins. She believed firmly that blood carried with its virtues, and nodding her head, she would repeat that humble birth would always show in a person's bearing. And life had not been kind to Modu's mother. Very early, she lost her dear husband. Bravely, she brought up her eldest son Modu and 2 other daughters, now married and well married. She devoted herself with the affection of a tigress to her one and only man, Mariama Bâ. When she swore by her only son's nose, the symbol of life, she had said everything. Now her only man was moving away from her through the fault of this cursed daughter of a goldsmith, worse than a griot woman. The griot brings happiness, but a goldsmith's daughter, she burns everything in her path, like the fire in a forge. So while we lived without consign, considering your marriage a problem of the past, Modu's mother thought day and night of a way to get her revenge on you, the goldsmith's daughter. One fine day, she decided to pay a visit to her younger brother, Faba Diof, a customary chief in the Akko. She packed a few well-chosen clothes in a suitcase that she borrowed from me, stuffed a basket full of various purchases, provisions, and foodstuffs that are there or rare in the sign, fruits from France, cheese, preserves, toys for nephews, lengths of material for her brother and his 4 wives. She asked Modu for some money, which she carefully folded and put away in her purse. She had her hair done, painted her feet and hands with henna. Thus dressed, adorned, she left. These days, the road to Rufisk Forks at the Diamiadio crossroads, the national one to the right leads after Mbo to the Sign Saloon, while the national 2 goes through these and Tivaone, cradle of Tijanism, towards St. Louis, former capital of Senegal. Antinabo did not enjoy the benefit of these pleasant roads. Jostled in the bus on the bumpy road, she sought refuge in her memories. The dizzying speed of the vehicle carrying her towards the place of her childhood did not prevent her from recognizing the familiar countryside. here Cindia, and to the left Popeguin, where the Catholics celebrate Whitsun. How many generations has this same unchanging countryside seen glide past? Auntie Nabu acknowledged man's vulnerability in the face of the eternity of nature. By its very duration, nature defies time and takes its revenge on man. The baobab tree held out the giant knots of their branches towards the sky. Slowly, the cow moved across the road. Their mournful stare defined the vehicles. Shepherds in baggy trousers, their sticks on their shoulders or in their hands, guided the animals. Men and animals blended, as in a picture risen from the depths of time. Auntie Nabu closed her eyes every time the bus passed another vehicle. She was especially frightened by the big lorries with their huge loads. The beautiful Medinatul Menorah Mosque had not yet been built to the glory of Islam, but in the same pious spirit, men and women prayed by the side of the road. You have to come away from Dhaka to be convinced of the survival of traditions, murmured Auntie Nabu. On the left, prickly shrubs bordered the Indiasen forest. Monkeys darted out to enjoy the light. Thiadie, Tataguin, Diorup, then Ndiondio, and finally Fatigue, capital of the sign. Puffing and steaming, the bus branched off to the left, jolts and still more jolts. Finally, Diako, the royal Diako, cradle and tomb of the Boer sign, Diako of our ancestors, beloved Diako, with a vast compound of its old palace. The same heaviness tortured her heart on each visit paid to the family domain. First of all, water for ablutions and a mat on which to pray and to meditate before the tomb of the ancestor. And then she let her gaze, marked with sadness and filled with history, roam over the other tombs. Here the dead and the living lived together in the family compound. Each king returned from his coronation, planted 2 trees in the yard that marked out his last resting place. Fervently, Auntie Nabu intoned the religious verses, directing them at the tombs of the dead. Her face wore a tragic mask in this place of grandeur, which sang of the past to the sound of the jojongs, the royal drums. She swore that your existence, Aisha too, would never tarnish her noble descent. Associating in her thoughts antiquated rites and religion, she remembered the milk to be poured into the sign to appease the invisible spirits. Tomorrow in the river, she would make her offerings to protect herself from the evil eye, while at the same time attracting the benevolence of the toss. Royally received, she immediately resumed her position as the elder sister of the master of the house. Nobody addressed her without kneeling down. She took her meals alone, having been served with the choicest bits from the pots. Visitors came from everywhere to honor her, thus reminding her of the truths of the law of blood. For her, they revived the exploits of the ancestor Bosai, the dust of combats, and the ardor of thoroughbred horses. And heady with the heavy scent of burnt incense, she drew force and vigor from the ancestral ashes stirred at the eclectic sound of the chorus. She summoned her brother. "I need a child beside me," she said, "to fill my heart. I want this child to be both my legs and my right arms. I am growing old. I will make of this child another me. Since the marriage of my own children, the house has been empty. She was thinking of you, working out her vengeance, but was very careful not to speak of you, of her hatred for you. Let your wish be fulfilled, replied Faber Diouf. I have never asked you to educate any of my daughters, not wanting to tire you. Yet today's children are difficult to keep in check. Take young Nabu, your namesake, she is yours. I ask only for her bones. Satisfied, Auntie Nabu packed her suitcase again, filled her basket with all that could be found in the village and is there in town. Dried cocoas, roasted groundnut paste, millet, eggs, milk, chicken. Holding young Nabu's hand firmly in her right hand, she took the road back to town. Chapter 12. As she handed me back my suitcase, Auntie Nabo introduced young Nabo to me. She also introduced her at the homes of all her friends. With my help, young Nabo was admitted into the French school, maturing in her aunt's protective shade. She learned the secret of making delicious sauces, of using an iron, and of wielding a pestle. Her aunt never missed an opportunity to remind her of her royal origin and taught her that the first quality in a woman is docility. After obtaining her primary school certificate and after a few years in secondary school, the old Nabu advised her niece to sit the entrance examination for the State School of Midwifery. This school is good. You receive an education there. No gallants for heads, young, sober girls without earrings, dressed in white, which is the color of purity. The profession you will learn there is a beautiful one. You will earn your living and you will acquire grace for your entry into paradise by the helping at the birth of new followers of Muhammad the Prophet. To tell the truth, a woman does not need too much education. In fact, I wonder how a woman can earn her living by talking from morning to night. Thus, young Nabu became a midwife. One fine day, Auntie Nabu called Modu and said to him, "My brother Faber has given you young Nabu to be your wife, to thank me for the worthy way in which I have brought her up. I will never get over it if you don't take her as your wife. Shame kills faster than disease." I knew about it. Modu knew about it. The whole town knew about it. You, Aisha too, suspected nothing and continued to be radiant. And because his mother had fixed a date for the wedding night, Modu finally had the courage to tell you what every woman was whispering. You had a co-wife. My mother is old. The knocks and disappointments of life have weakened her heart. If I spawn this child, she would die. This is the doctor speaking and not the son. Think of it, her brother's daughter, brought up by her, rejected by her son. What shame before society. It was so as not to see his mother die of shame and chagrin that Modu agreed to go to the rendezvous of the wedding night. Faced with this rigid mother, molded by the old morality, burning with the fierce ardor of antiquated laws, what could Modu Bâ do? She was getting on in years, worn out by his arduous work, and then, did he really want to fight to make a gesture of resistance? Young Nabu was so tempting. From then on, you no longer counted. What of the time and the love you had invested in your home? Only trifles, quickly forgotten. Your sons, they counted for very little in this reconciliation between a mother and her one and only man. You no longer counted, any more than did your 4 sons. They could never be equal to young Nabu's sons. The griots spoke of young Nabu's son, exalting them. Blood has returned to its source. Your sons did not count. Modu's daughter, the princess, could not recognize herself in the sons of a goldsmith's daughter. In any case, could a goldsmith's daughter have any dignity, any honor? This was tantamount to asking whether you had a hat and flush. As for some people, the honor and chagrin of a goldsmith's daughter count for less, much less than the honor and chagrin of a Gulliver. Modu did not drive you away. He did his duty and wished that you would stay on. Young Nabo would continue to live with his mother. It was you he loved. Every other night he would go to his mother's place to see his other wife, so that his mother would not die to fulfill a duty. How much greater you proved to be than those who sapped your happiness. You were advised to compromise. You don't burn the tree which bears the fruit. You were treated through your flesh. Boys cannot succeed without their father. You took no notice. These commonplace truths, which before had lowered the heads of many wives as they raised them in revolt, did not produce the desired miracle. They did not divert you from your decision. You chose to make a break, a one-way journey with your 4 sons, leaving this letter for Modu in clear view. On the bed that used to be yours, I remember the exact word. Modu, princes master their feelings to fulfill their duties. Others bend their heads and in silence accept a destiny that oppresses them. That, briefly put, is the internal ordering of our society with its absurd divisions. I will not yield to it. I cannot accept what you are offering me today in place of the happiness we once had. You want to draw a line between heartfelt love and physical love. I say that there can be no union of bodies without the heart's acceptance, however little that may be. If you cannot procreate without loving, merely to satisfy the pride of your declining mother, then I find you despicable. At that moment, you tumbled from the highest rung of respect on which I have always placed you. Your reasoning, which makes a distinction, is unacceptable to me. On one side, me, your life, your love, your choice. On the other, young Nabu, to be tolerated for reasons of duty. Modu, man is one, greatness and animal fused together. None of his acts is pure charity, none is pure bestiality. I am stripping myself of your love, your name, clothed in my dignity, the only worthy garment. I go my way. Goodbye, Aisha too. And you left. You had the surprising courage to take your life into your own hands. You rented a house and set up home there. And instead of looking backwards, you looked resolutely to the future. You set yourself a difficult task, and more than just my presence and my encouragement, books saved you. Having become your refuge, they sustained you. The power of books, this marvelous invention of astute human intelligence, various signs associated with sound, different sounds that form the word, juxtaposition of words from which springs the idea, thought, history, science, life, sole instruments of interrelationships and of culture, unparalleled means of giving and receiving. Books knit generations together in the same continuing effort that leads to progress. They enabled you to better yourself. What society refused you, they granted. Examinations sat and passed took you also to France. The School of Interpreters, from which you graduated, led to your appointment in the Senegalese embassy in the United States. You make a very good living. You are developing in peace, as your letters tell me. Your back resolutely turned on those seeking light enjoyment and easy relationships. And Modu, he renewed his relationship with his family. Those from Diako invaded his house. Those from Diako sustained young Naboo. But, and Modu knew it, there was no possible comparison between yourself and young Naboo. You, so beautiful and so gentle. You, whose tenderness for him was so deep and disinterested. You who knew how to mop your husband's brow. You who could always find the right words with which to make him relax. And Modu, what didn't he say? I am completely disorientated. You can't change the habits of a grown man. I look for shirts and trousers in the old places, and I touch only emptiness. I had no pity for Modu. My house is a suburb of Diako. I find it impossible to get any rest there. Everything there is dirty. Young Naboo gives my food and my clothes away to visitors. I did not listen to Modu. Somebody told me he'd seen you with Aisha too yesterday. Is it true? Is she around? How is she? What about my sons? I did not answer Modu. For Modu, and through him all men remained an enigma to me. Your departure had truly shaken him. His sadness was clearly evident. When he spoke of you, the inflections in his voice hardened. But his disillusioned air, the bitter criticisms of his home, his wit, which railed at everything, did not in the least prevent the periodic swelling of young Naboo's belly. 2 boys had already been born. When faced with these visible facts, proof of his intimate relations with young Naboo, Modu would twist with anger. His look was like a whip. Look here, don't be an idiot. How can you expect a man to remain a stone when he is constantly in contact with the woman who runs the house? He added as illustration, I saw a film in which the survivors of an air crash survived by eating the flesh of the corpse. These facts demonstrate the force of the instincts in man, instincts that dominate him, regardless of his level of intelligence. Slew off this surfeit of dreamy sentimentality. Accept reality in its crude ugliness. You can't resist the imperious laws that demand food and clothing for man. These same laws compel the male in other respects. I say male to emphasize the bestiality of instincts. You understand. A wife must understand once and for all, and must forgive. She must not worry herself about betrayals of the flesh. The important thing is what there is in the heart. That's what unites 2 beings inside. He struck his chest at the point where the heart lies. Driven to the limit of my resistance, I satisfy myself with what is within reach. It's a terrible thing to say. Truth is ugly when one analyzes it. Thus, to justify himself, he reduced young Naboo to a plate of food. Thus, for the sake of variety, men are unfaithful to their wives. I was irritated. He was asking me to understand. But to understand what? The supremacy of instinct? The right to betray? The justification of the desire for variety? I could not be an ally to polygamic instincts. What then was I to understand? How I envied your calmness during your last visit. There you were, rid of the mask of suffering, Your sons were growing up well, contrary to all predictions. You did not care about Modu. Yes, indeed, there you were, the past crushed beneath your heel. There you were, an innocent victim of an unjust cause and the courageous pioneer of a new life. Chapter 13. My own crisis came 3 years after your own, but unlike your own case, the source was not my family-in-law. The problem was rooted in Modu himself, my husband. My daughter Daba, who was preparing for her baccalaureate, often brought some of her classmates home with her. Most of the time, it was the same young girl, a bit shy, frail, made noticeably uncomfortable by our style of life. But she was really beautiful in this her adolescent period. In her faded but clean clothes, her beauty shone pure. Her shapely contours could not but be noticed. I sometimes noticed that Modu was interested in the pair. Neither was I worried when I heard him suggest that he should take Bineto home in the car because it was getting late. He would say, Bineto was going through a metamorphosis, however. She was now wearing very expensive off-the-peg dresses. Smilingly, she would explain to my daughter, "Oh, I have a sugar daddy who pays for them." Then one day, on her return from school, Daba confided to me that Bineto had a serious problem. The sugar daddy of the boutique dresses wants to marry Bineto. Just imagine, her parents wants to withdraw her from school with only a few months to go before the back to marry her off to the sugar daddy. Advise her to refuse, I said. And if the man in question offers her a villa, Mecca for her parents, a car, a monthly allowance, jewels, none of that is worth the capital of youth. I agree with you, Mom. I will tell Bineto not to give in. But her mother is a woman who wants so much to escape from mediocrity and who regrets so much her past beauty faded in the smoke from the wood fires that she looks enviously at everything I wear. She complains all day long. What is important is Bineto herself. She must not give in. And then, a few days afterwards, Daba renewed the conversation with its surprising conclusion. Mom, Bineto is heartbroken. She's going to marry her sugar daddy. Her mother cried so much, she begged her daughter to give her a happy end in a proper house, as the man has promised them. So she accepted. When is the wedding? This coming Sunday, but there will be no reception. Bineto cannot bear the mockery of her friends. And in the evening of this same Sunday, on which Bineto was being married off, I saw come into my house, all dressed up and solemn, Tamzir, Modu's brother, with Mariama Bâ and his local imam. Where had they come from, looking so awkward in their starched bubus? Doubtless, they had come looking for Modu to carry out an important task that one of them had been charged with. I told them that Modu had been out since morning. They entered laughing, deliberately sniffing the fragrant odor of incense that was floating on the air. I sat in front of them, laughing with them. The Imam attacked. There is nothing one can do when Allah the Almighty puts two people side by side. True, true, said the other two in support. A pause. He took a breath and continued. There is nothing new in this world. True, true, Tamzir and Modu chimed in again. Some things we may find to be sad are much less so than others. I followed the movement of the hot lips that let fall these axioms, which can precede the announcement of either a happy event or an unhappy one. What was he leading up to with these preliminaries? that rather announced a storm. So their visit was obviously planned. Does one announce bad news dressed up like that in one's Sunday best? Or did they want to inspire confidence with their impeccable dress? I thought of the absent one. I asked with the cry of a haunted beast, Modu? And the imam, who had finally got hold of a leading thread, held tightly onto it. He went on quickly, as if the words were glowing embers in his mouth. Yes, Modu will fall, but happily, he is alive for you, for all of us. Thanks be to God. All he has done is to marry a second wife today. We have just come from the mosque in Grand Dakar, where the marriage took place. The thorns thus removed from the way, Tamzia ventured. Modu sends his thanks. He says it is fate that decides men and things. God intended him to have a second wife. There is nothing he can do about it. He praises you for the quarter of a century of marriage in which you gave him all the happiness a wife owes her husband. His family, especially myself, his elder brother, thank you. You have always held us in respect. You know that we are Modu's blood. Afterwards, they were the same old words which were intended to relieve the situation. You are the only one in your house, no matter how big it is, no matter how their life is. You are the first wife, a mother for Modu, a friend for Modu. Tamzia's Adam's apple danced about in his truth. He shook his left leg, crossed over his folded right leg. His shoes, white Turkish slippers, were covered with a thin layer of red dust, the color of the earth in which they had walked. The same dust covered Modu's and the Imam's shoes. Modu said nothing. He was reliving his own experience. He was thinking of your letter, your reaction, and you and I were so alike. He was being wary. He kept his head lowered in the attitude of those who accept defeat before the battle. I acquiesced under the drops of poison that were burning me. A quarter of a century of marriage, a wife unparalleled. I counted backwards to determine where the break in the thread had occurred from which everything had unwound. My mother's words came back to me, too perfect. I completed at last my mother's thought with the end of the dictum. To be honest, I thought of the two first incisors with a wide gap between them, the sign of the primacy of love in the individual. I thought of his absence all day long. He had simply said, "Don't expect me for lunch." I thought of other absences, quite frequent these days, crudely clarified today, yet well hidden yesterday under the guise of trade union meetings. He was also on a strict diet, to break the stomach eggs. He would say laughingly, "This egg that announced old age." Every night when he went out, he would unfold and try on several of his suits before settling on one. The others, impatiently rejected, would slip to the floor. I would have to fold them again and put them back in their places. And this extra work, I discovered, I was doing only to help him in his efforts to be elegant in his seduction of another woman. I forced myself to check my inner agitation. Above all, I must not give my visitors the pleasure of relating my distress. Smile, take the matter lightly, just as they announced it. Thank them for the humane way in which they have accomplished their mission. Send thanks to Modu, a good father and a good husband. A husband, become a friend. Thank my family-in-law, the Imam, Modu. Smile, give them something to drink. See them out, under the swirls of incense that they were sniffing once again. Shake their hands. How pleased they were, all except Modu, who correctly judged the import of the event. Chapter 14. Alone at last, able to give free rein to my surprise and to gauge my distress. Ah, yes, I forgot to ask for my rival's name so that I might give a human form to my pain. My question was soon answered. Acquaintances from Grand Dakar came rushing to my house, bringing the various details of the ceremony. Some of them did so out of true friendship for me. Others were spiteful and jealous of the promotion Beneto's mother would gain from the marriage. I don't understand. They did not understand either the entrance of Modu, a personality, into this extremely poor family. Beneto, a child the same age as my daughter, Daba, promoted to the rank of my co-wife, whom I must face up to. Shy Beneto, the old man who bought her the new off-the-peg dress to replace the old faded ones, was none other than Modu. She had innocently confided her secret to her rival's daughter because she thought that this dream, sprung from a brain growing old, would never become reality. She had told everything: the villa, the monthly allowance, the offer of a future trip to Mecca for her parents. She thought she was stronger than the man she was dealing with. She did not know Modu's strong will, his tenacity before an obstacle, the pride he invests in winning the resistance that inspires new attempts at each failure. Daba was furious, her pride wounded. She repeated all the nicknames Beneto had given her father: old man, pot-belly sugar daddy. The person who gave her life had been daily ridiculed, and he accepted it. An overwhelming anger raged inside Daba. She knew that her best friend was sincere in what she said. But what can a child do, faced with a furious mother shouting about her hunger and her thirst to live? Beneto, like many others, was a lamb slaughtered on the altar of offerings. Daba's anger increased as she analyzed the situation. Break with him, mother. Send this man away. He has respected neither you nor me. Do what Auntie Aisha too did. Break with him. Tell me you will break with him. I can't see you fighting over a man with a girl my age. I told myself what every betrayed woman says. If Modu was milk, it was I who had had all the cream. The rest, well, nothing but water with a vague smell of milk. But the final decision lay with me. With Modu absent all night, was he already consummating his marriage? The solitude that lends counsel enabled me to grasp the problem. Leave? Start again at zero, after living 25 years with one man. After having borne 12 children, did I have enough energy to bear alone the weight of this responsibility, which was both moral and material? Leave, draw a clean line through the past, turn over a page on which not everything was bright. Certainly, but at least all was clear. What would now be recorded there would hold no love, confidence, grandeur, or hope. I had never known the sordid side of marriage. Don't get to know it. Run from it. When one begins to forgive, there is an avalanche of faults that comes crashing down. And the only thing that remains is to forgive again, to keep on forgiving. Leave, escape from betrayal, sleep without asking myself any questions, without straining my ear at the slightest noise, waiting for a husband I share. I counted the abandoned or divorced women of my generation whom I knew. I knew a few whose remaining beauty had been able to capture a worthy man, a man who added fine bearing to a good situation and who was considered better, 100 times better than his predecessor. The mystery that was the lot of these women was rolled back with the invasion of the new happiness that changed their lives, filled out their cheeks, brightened their eyes. I knew others who had lost all hope of renewal and whom loneliness had very quickly laid on the ground. The play of destiny remains impenetrable. The cowries that a female neighbor throws on a fan in front of me do not fill me with optimism, neither when they remain face upwards, showing the black hollow that signifies laughter, nor when the grouping of their white back seems to say that the man in the double trousers is coming towards me, the promise of wealth. The only thing that separates you from them, man and wealth, is the arms of two white and red collar knots, adds Famata, my neighbor. She insists there is a saying that the scored here may be locked elsewhere. Why are you afraid to make the break? A woman is like a ball. Once a ball is thrown, no one can predict where it will bounce. You have no control over where it rolls, and even less over who gets it. Often, it is grabbed by an unexpected hand. Instead of listening to the reasoning of my neighbor, a griot woman who dreams of the generous tips due to the goal between, I looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes took in the mirror's eloquence. I had lost my slim figure, as well as ease and quickness of movement. My stomach protruded from beneath the wrapper that hid the calves developed by the impressive number of kilometers walked since the beginning of my existence. Suckling had robbed my breast of their round firmness. I could not delude myself. Youth was deserting my body. Whereas a woman draws from the passing years the force of her devotion, despite the aging of her companion, a man, on the other hand, restricts his field of tenderness. His egoistic eye looks over his partner's shoulder. He compares what he had with what he no longer has, what he has with what he could have. I had heard of too many misfortunes not to understand my own. There was your own case, Aisha too, the cases of many other women, despised, relegated, or exchanged, who were abandoned like a worn-out or outdated bobo. To overcome this stress when it sits upon you, the man's strong will, when one thinks that with each passing second one's life is shortened, one must profit intensely from this second. It is the sum of all the lost or harvested seconds that makes for a wasted or a successful life. Brace oneself to check despair and get it into proportion. A nervous breakdown waits around the corner for anyone who lets himself wallow in bitterness. Little by little, it takes over your whole being. Oh, nervous breakdown. Doctors speak of it in a detached, ironical way, emphasizing that the vital organs are in no way disturbed. You are lucky if they don't tell you that you are wasting their time with the ever-growing list of your illnesses. Your head, throat, chest, heart, liver, that no X-ray can confirm. And yet, what atrocious suffering is caused by nervous breakdowns. And I think of Jacqueline, who suffered from one. Jacqueline, the Ivorian, had disobeyed her Protestant parents and had married Samba Diak, a contemporary of Modu's Bâs, a doctor like him, who, on leaving the African School of Medicine and Pharmacy, was posted to Abidjan. Jacqueline often came round to see us, since her husband often visited our household. Coming to Senegal, she found herself in a new world, a world with different reactions, temperaments, and mentality from that in which she had grown up. In addition, her husband's relatives, always the relatives, were cool towards her because she refused to adopt the Muslim religion and went instead to the Protestant church every Sunday. A black African, she should have been able to fit without difficulty into a black African society. Senegal and the Ivory Coast, both having experienced the same colonial power. But Africa is diverse, divided. The same country can change its character and outlook several times over, from north to south or from east to west. Jacqueline truly wanted to become Senegalese, but the mockery checked all desire in her to cooperate. People called her Knack, and she finally understood the meaning of this nickname that revolted her so. Her husband, making up for lost time, spent his time chasing slender Senegalese women, as he would say with appreciation, and did not bother to hide his adventures, respecting neither his wife nor his children. His lack of precautions brought to Jacqueline's knowledge the irrefutable proof of his misconduct. Love notes, check stubs bearing the names of the payees, bills from restaurant and for hotel rooms. Jacqueline cried. Sambadiak lifted it up. Jacqueline lost weight. Sambadiak was still living fast. Jacqueline complained of a disturbing lump in her chest under her left breast. She said she had had the impression that a sharp point had pierced her there and was cutting through her flesh right to her very bones. She fretted. Modu listened to her heart. Nothing wrong there, he would say. He prescribed some tranquilizers. Eagerly, Jacqueline took the tablets, tortured by the insidious pain. The bottle empty, she noticed that the lump remained in the same place. She continued to feel the pain just as acutely as ever. She consulted a doctor from her own country who ordered an electrocardiogram and various blood tests. Nothing to be learned from the electric reading of the heart, nothing abnormal found in the blood. He too prescribed tranquilizers, big effervescent tablets that could not allay poor Jacqueline's distress. She thought of her parents, of their refusal to consent to her marriage. She wrote them a pathetic letter in which she begged for their forgiveness. They sent their sincere blessing but could do nothing to lighten the strange weight in her chest. Jacqueline was taken to Fan Hospital on the road to Oakham, near the university, where medical students do their internship, as they do at the Aristide, the Dantec Hospital. This hospital did not exist at the time Mariama Bâ and Sambadiak studied at the School of Medicine and Pharmacy. It has many departments, housed either in separate buildings or in adjoining ones to facilitate communication. These buildings, despite their number and size, do not manage to fill up the hospital's vast grounds. On entering it, Jacqueline thought of those gone mad, confined inside. It was necessary to explain to her that the mad ones were in psychiatric care, and that here they were called the mentally sick, and in any case were not violent. The violent ones being confined in the psychiatric hospital at Tiaroye. Jacqueline was in the neurology ward, and those of us who went to visit her learned that the hospital also had departments for treating tuberculosis and infectious diseases. Jacqueline lay prostrate in her bed, her beautiful but neglected black hair, through which no comb had been run ever since she began consulting doctor after doctor, formed shaggy tufts on her head. When the scarf protecting it slipped out of place, it would uncover the coating of a mixture of roots that were poured on her, for we tried everything to draw this sister out of her private hell. And it was your mother, Aisha too, who went to consult the native medicine men for us and brought back Safara from her visit and directions for the sacrifices you quickly carried out. Jacqueline's thoughts turned to death. She waited for it, frightened and tormented, her hand on her chest, where the tenacious invisible lump foiled all the roses, scoffed maliciously at all the tranquilizers. Jacqueline's roommate was a French technical corporation teacher of literature, posted to the Lacy Faidheber in St. Louis. The only thing she knew of St. Louis, she said, was the bridge that spanned the river. A sore throat, an affliction as sudden as it was violent, had prevented her from taking up her duties and had brought her here, where she was waiting to be repatriated. I observed her often, old for her unmarried status, thin, angular even, without any charm. Her studies must have been her only form of recreation during her youth. Sour-tempered, she must have put off any passionate advances. It was perhaps her loneliness that had made her seek for a change. A teaching post in Senegal must have corresponded to her dreams of escape. She had come, therefore, but all her frustrated dreams, all her disappointed hopes, all her crushed revolts connived to attack her throat, protected by a navy blue scarf with white dots, which contrasted with the paleness of her chest. The medication with which her throat was pained gave a bluish tint to her thin lips, pinched over their misery. She had big, luminous blue eyes, the only light, the only point of beauty, the only heavenly grace in her ungracious face. She tapped against her throat. Jacqueline tapped against her chest. We would laugh at their ways, especially when the patient from the next room came to chat, as she said, and would uncover her back for the refreshing caress of the air conditioner. She suffered from sudden flushes, which burned her terribly at the spot. Strange and varied manifestations of neurovegetative dystonia. Doctors, beware, especially if you are neurologist or psychiatrist. Often the pain you are told of have their roots in moral torment. Vexations suffered and constant frustrations. These are what accumulate somewhere in the body and choke it. Jacqueline, who enjoyed life, bravely endured blood test after blood test. Another electrocardiogram, another X-ray of the lungs. An electroencephalogram was carried out, which revealed traces of her suffering. It then became necessary to do a gaseous electroencephalography. This is extremely painful, always entailing a lumbar puncture. That day, Jacqueline remained confined to bed, looking more pitiful and haggard than ever before. Sambadiak was kind and touched by his wife's breakdown. One fine day, after a month of treatment, intravenous injections and tranquilizers, after a month of investigations during which her French neighbor had returned to her country, the doctor who was head of the neurology department asked to see Jacqueline. She found in front of her a man whom maturity and the nobility of his job had made even more attractive, a man who had not been hardened by constant dealing with the most deplorable of miseries, that of mental alienation. With his sharp eyes, accustomed to judging, he looked into those of Jacqueline in order to discover in her soul the source of the distress disrupting her organism. In a soft, reassuring voice, which in itself was balm to this overstrong being, he explained, "Madame Diak, I assure you there is nothing at all wrong with your head. The X-ray have shown nothing, and neither have the blood test. The problem is that you are depressed, that is, not happy. You wish the conditions of life were different from what they are in reality, and this is what is torturing you. Moreover, you had your babies too soon after each other. The body loses its vital juices, which haven't had the time to be replaced. In short, there is nothing endangering your life. You must react, go out, give yourself a reason for living. Take courage. Slowly, you will overcome. We will give you a series of shock treatments with Kuare to relax you. You can leave afterwards." The doctor punctuated his words by nodding his head and smiling convincingly, giving Jacqueline much hope. Reanimated, she related the discussion to us and confided that she had left the interview already half cured. She knew the heart of her illness and would fight against it. She was morally uplifted. She had come a long way, had Jacqueline. Why did I recall this friend's ordeal? Was it because of its happy ending, or merely to delay the formulation of the choice I had made, a choice that my reason rejected, but that accorded with the immense tenderness I felt towards Modu Fall? Yes, I was well aware of where the right solution lay, the dignified solution, and to my family's great surprise, unanimously disapproved by my children who were under Daba's influence, I chose to remain. Modu and Modu were surprised, could not understand. Forewarned, you, my friend, did not try to dissuade me, respectful of my new choice of life. I cried every day. From then on, my life changed. I had prepared myself for equal sharing according to the precepts of Islam concerning polygamic life. I was left with empty hands. My children, who disagreed with my decision, sulked. In opposition to me, they represented a majority I had to respect. "You have not finished suffering," predicted Daba. "I live in a vacuum, and Modu avoided me. Attempts by my friends and family to bring him back to the fold proved futile." One of the new couple's neighbors explained to me that the child would go all aquiver each time Modu said my name or showed any desire to see his children. He never came again. His newfound happiness gradually swallowed up his money of us. He forgot about us. Chapter 15. Aisha too, my dear friend. I've told you that there can be no possible comparison between you and young Nabu. But I also realized that there can be no possible comparison between young Nabu and Bineto. Young Nabu grew up beside her aunt, who had earmarked her as the spouse of her son Modu. Used to seeing him, she let herself be drawn towards him, naturally, without any shock. His graying hair did not offend her. She found his thickening features reassuring, and then she loved and still loves Modu, even if their interests are not always the same. School had not left a strong mark on young Nabu, preceded and dominated as it was by the strength of character of Auntie Nabu, who in her rage for vengeance had left nothing to chance in the education she gave her niece. It was especially while telling folk tales late at night under the starlight sky that Auntie Nabu wielded her power over young Nabu's soul. Her expressive voice glorified the retributive violence of the warrior. Her expressive voice lamented the anxiety of the loved one, all submissive. She saluted the courage of the reckless. She stigmatized trickery, laziness, calumny. She demanded care of the orphan and respect for old age. Tales with animal characters, nostalgic songs kept young Nabu breathless. And slowly but surely, through the sheer force of repetition, the virtues and greatness of a race took root in this child. This kind of oral education, easily assimilated, full of charm, has the power to bring out the best in the adult mind developed in its contact with it. Softness and generosity, docility and politeness, poise and tact, all these qualities made young Nabu pleasant. Modu used to call her finicky with a shrug of his shoulders. And then young Nabu had a profession. She had no time to worry about her state of mind. In charge of frequent shifts at the Ripples Mandel Maternity Home on the outskirts of the crowded and badly serviced suburban areas. All day and several times over, she would go through the same gestures engendering life. Babies passed again and again between her expert hands. She would come back from work railing at the lack of beds that led to the discharge too early in her opinion of the new mothers, worried about the lack of staff, inadequate instruments, medicines. She would say, with deep concern, the fragile baby is let loose too quickly into a hygienically unsound social environment. She thought of the great rate of infant mortality, which nights of care and devotion cannot decrease. She thought, what a thrilling adventure it is to turn a baby into a healthy man. But how many mothers are able to accomplish that feat? In the midst of life, in the midst of poverty, in the midst of ugliness, young Nabu would often triumph with her knowledge and experience, but she sometimes knew heart-rending failure. She remained powerless, faced with the force of death. Young Nabu, responsible and aware like you, like me. Even though she is not my friend, we often share the same problems. She found life hard, and being a fighter had not the least inclination for frivolities. As for Bineto, she had grown up in complete liberty in an environment where survival was of the essence. Her mother was more concerned with putting the pot on the boil than with education. Beautiful, lively, kind-hearted, intelligent, Bineto had access to many of her friends' well-off families and was sharply aware of what she was sacrificing by her marriage. A victim, she wanted to be the oppressor, exiled in the world of adults, which was not her own. She wanted her prison gilded. Demanding, she tormented. Sold, she raised her price daily. While she renounced those things which before used to be the sap of life and which she would bitterly enumerate, called for exorbitant compensations, which Modu exhausted himself trying to provide. Echoes of her life would reach me, amplified or muted according to the visitor. The seductive power of mature age, of silvery temples, was unknown to Bineto. And Modu would dye his hair every month, his waistline painfully restrained by old-fashioned trousers. Bineto would never miss a chance of laughing wickedly at him. Modu would leave himself winded, trying to imprison youth in its decline, which abandoned him on all sides, the graceless sag of a double chin, the gaits hesitant and heavy at the slightest cool breeze. Gracefulness and beauty surrounded him. He was afraid of disappointing, and so that there would be no time for close scrutiny of him, he would create daily celebrations during which the bright young thing would move. An elf with slender arms who with a laugh could make life beautiful or with a pout bring sadness. People talked of bewitchment. With determination, friends begged me to react. You are letting someone else pluck the fruit of your labor. Vehemently, they recommended marabouts, sharing their signs, who had proved themselves by bringing husbands back to the fold, by separating them from evil women. These charlatans lived far away. Casamance was mentioned, where the Diola and Majigo excelled in magic philters. They suggested Linguer, the country of the Fuba, quick in vengeance, true charms as true arms. They also talked of Mali, the country of the Bambara, with faces deeply scarred with tribal marks. To act as I was urged would have been to call myself into question. I was already reproaching myself for a weakness that had not prevented the degradation of my home. Was I to deny myself because Modu had chosen another path? No, I would not give in to the pressure. My mind and my faith rejected supernatural power. They rejected this easy attraction which kills any will to fight. I looked reality in the face. Reality had the face of mother-in-law swallowing up double mouthfuls from the throw offered her. Her hunch about a gilded way of life was being proved right. Her unsteady hut, with zinc walls covered with magazine pages where pin-ups and advertisements were placed side by side, had grown dim in her memory. One motion of her hand in her bathroom and delicious jets of hot water would massage her back. Another in the kitchen, and ice cubes would cool the water in her glass. One more and a flame would spring from the gas cooker, and she would prepare herself a delicious omelette. The senior wife, hitherto neglected, Lady Mother-in-law emerged from the shadows and took her unfaithful husband back in tow. She held valuable trump cards, grilled meat, roasted chicken, and why not, banknotes slipped into the pocket of the buba hanging in the bedroom. She no longer counted the cost of water bought from the Tokolo hawker of the vital liquid drawn from the public springs. Having known poverty, she rejoiced in her newfound happiness. Modu fulfilled her expectations. He would thoughtfully send her wads of notes to spend and would offer her, after his trips abroad, jewelry and rich bubas. From then on, she joined the category of women with heavy bracelets, lauded by the grots. Thrilled, she would listen to the radio transmitting songs dedicated to her. Her family reserved the best place for her during ceremonies and listened to her advice. When Modu's large car dropped her and she emerged, there would be a rush of outstretched hands into which she placed banknotes. Reality was also Bineto, who went from nightclub to nightclub. She would arrive draped in a long, costly garment, a gold belt, a present from Modu on the birth of their first child, shining round her waist. Her shoes tapped on the ground, announcing her presence. The waiters would move aside and bow respectfully in the hope of a royal tip. With a contemptuous look, she would eye those already seated. With a pout like that of a spoiled child, she would indicate to Modu the table she had chosen. With a wave of her hand, like a magician, she would have various bottles lined up. She was showing off to the young people and wanted to impress them with her form of success. Bineto, incontestably beautiful and desirable, bewitching, people admitted. But when the moments of admiration passed, she was the one who lowered her head at the sight of couples graced with nothing but their youth and rich in their happiness alone. The couples held each other or danced apart depending on the music, sometimes slow and coaxing, sometimes vigorous and wild. When the trumpets played out, backed by the frenzy of the drums, the young dancers, excited and untiring, would stamp, jump, and caper about, shouting their joy. Modu would try to follow suit. The harsh lights betrayed him to the unpitying sarcasm of some of them, who called him a cradle snatcher. What did it matter? He had Bineto in his arms. He was happy. Worn out, Bineto would watch with disillusioned eye the progress of her friends. The image of her life, which she had murdered, broke her heart. Sometimes also, despite my disapproval, Daba would go to the nightclubs. Dressed simply, she would appear on her fiancé's arm. She would arrive late on purpose so as to sit in full view of her father. It was a grotesque confrontation. On one side, an ill-assorted couple, on the other, two well-matched people. And the evening created an extreme tension that opposed two former friends, a father and his daughter, a son-in-law and his father-in-law. Chapter 16. I was surviving. In addition to my former duties, I took over Modu's as well. The purchase of basic foodstuffs kept me occupied at the end of every month. I made sure that I was never short of tomatoes and of oil, potatoes, or onions during those periods when they became rare in the markets. I stored bags of CM rice, much loved by the Senegalese. My brain was taxed by new financial gymnastics. The last date for payment of electricity bills and of water rates demanded my attention. I was often the only woman in the queue. Replacing the locks and latches of broken doors, replacing broken windows was a bother, as well as looking for a plumber to deal with blocked sinks. My son Modu 4 complained about burnt-out bulbs that needed replacement. I survived. I overcame my shyness at going alone to cinemas. I would take a seat with less and less embarrassment as the months went by. People stared at the middle-aged lady without a partner. I would feign indifference while anger hammered against my nerves and the tears I held back welled up behind my eyes. From the surprised looks, I gauged the slender liberty granted to women. The early shows at the cinema filled me with delight. They gave me the courage to meet the curious gaze of various people. They did not keep me away for long from my children. What a great distraction from distress is the cinema. Intellectual films, those with a message, sentimental films, detective films, comedies, thrillers, all these were my companions. I learned from them lessons of greatness, courage, and perseverance. They deepened and widened my vision of the world, thanks to their cultural value. The cinema, our inexpensive means of recreation, can thus give healthy pleasure. I survived. The more I thought about it, the more grateful I became to Modu for having cut off all contact. I had the solution my children wanted, the break without having taken the initiative. The lie had not taken root. Modu was excising me from his life and was proving it by his unequivocal attitude. What do other husbands do? They wallow in indecision. They force themselves to be present where neither their feelings nor their interests continue to reside. Nothing impresses them in their home. The wife all dressed up, the son full of tenderness, the meal tastefully served. They remain stolid, like marble. They wish only that the hours may pass rapidly. At night, feigning fatigue or illness, they snore deeply. How quick they are to greet the liberating daybreak, which puts an end to their torment. I was not deceived, therefore. I no longer interested Modu, and I knew it. I was abandoned, a fluttering leaf that no hand dares to pick up, as my grandmother would have said. I faced up to the situation bravely. I carried out my duties, filled the time, and channeled my thoughts. But my loneliness would emerge at night, boredomness. One does not easily undo the tenuous ties that bind two people together during a journey fraught with hardship. I live the proof of it, bringing back to life past scenes, past conversations. Our common habits sprang up at their usual times. I missed dreadfully our nightly conversation. I missed our burst of refreshing and understanding laughter. Like opium, I missed our daily consultations. I pitted myself against shadows. The wandering of my thoughts chased away all sleep. I sidestepped my pain in a refusal to fight it. The continuity of radio broadcast was a great relief. I gave the radio the role of comforter. At night, the music lulled my anxiety. I heard the message of old and new songs, which awakened hope. My sadness dissolved. With all the force I had, I called eagerly to another man to replace Modu. The stressing awakening succeeded the night. My love for my children sustained me. They were a pillar. I owed them help and affection. Did Modu appreciate in its full measure the void created by his absence in this house? Did Modu attribute to me more energy than I had to shoulder the responsibility of my children? I adopted a sprightly tone to rouse my battalion. The coffee warmed the atmosphere, exuding its sweet fragrance. Foaming baths, mutual teasing and laughter. A new day and increased efforts. A new day and waiting. Waiting for what? It would not be easy to get my children to accept a new masculine presence. Having condemned their father, could they be tolerant towards another man? Besides, what man would have the courage to face 12 pairs of hostile eyes, which openly tear you apart? Waiting. But waiting for what? I was not divorced. I was abandoned. A fluttering leaf that no hand dares to pick up, as my grandmother would have said. I survived. I experienced the inadequacy of public transport. My children laughed at themselves in making this harsh discovery. One day, I heard Daba advise them, above all, don't let mom know that it is stifling in those buses during the rush hours. I shared tears of joy and sadness together, joy in being loved by my children, the sadness of a mother who does not have the means to change the course of events. I told you then, without any ulterior motive, of these painful aspects of our life, while Modu's car drove Lady Mother-in-law to the four corners of town, and while Benito streaked along the road in an Alfa Romeo, sometimes white, sometimes red. I shall never forget your response, you my sister, nor my joy and my surprise when I was called to the Fiat agency and was told to choose a car which you had paid for in full. My children gave cries of joy when they learned of the approaching end of their tribulations, which remained the daily lot of a good many other students. Friendship has splendors that love knows not. It grows stronger when crossed, whereas obstacles kill love. Friendship resists time, which wearies and severs couples. It has heights unknown to love. You, the goldsmith's daughter, gave me your help while depriving yourself, and I learned to drive stifling my fear. The narrow space between the wheel and the seat was mine. The flattened clutch glided in the gears. The brake reduced the forward thrust, and to speed along, I had to step on the accelerator. I did not trust the accelerator. At the slightest pressure from my feet, the car lurched forward. My feet learned to dance over the pedals. Whenever I was discouraged, I would say, why should Benito sit behind a wheel and not I? I would tell myself, don't disappoint Aisha too. I won this battle of nerves and sang Freud. I obtained my driving license and told you about it. I told you, and now, my children on the back seat of the cream-colored Fiat 125, thanks to you, my children can look the affluent mother-in-law and the fragile child in the eye in the streets of the town. Modu, surprised, unbelieving, inquired into the source of the car. He never accepted the true story. Like Modu's mother, he too believed that a goldsmith's daughter had no heart. Chapter 17. I take a deep breath. I have related at one go your story as well as mine. I have said the essential, for pain, even when its past, leaves the same marks on the individual when recalled. Your disappointment was mine, as my rejection was yours. Forgive me once again if I have reopened your wound. Mine continues to bleed. You may tell me the path of life is not smooth. One is bruised by its sharp edges. I also know that marriage is never smooth. It reflects differences in character and capacity for feeling. In one couple, the man may be the victim of a fickle woman or a woman shut up in her own preoccupations who rejects all dialogue and quashes all moves towards tenderness. In another couple, alcoholism is the leprosy that gnaws away at health, wealth, and peace. It shows up an individual's disordered state through grotesque spectacles by which his dignity is undermined. In situations where physical blows become solid arguments and the menacing blade of a knife an irresistible call for silence. For others, it is the lure of easy gain that dominates. incorrigible players at the gaming table or seated in the shade of a tree. The heated atmosphere of rooms full of splendid odors and distorted faces of tense players. The giddy whirl of playing cards swallow up time, wealth, conscience, and stops only with the last breath of the person accustomed to shuffling them. I tried to spot my fault in the failure of my marriage. I gave freely, gave more than I received. I am one of those who can realize themselves fully and bloom only when they form part of a couple. Even though I understand your stand, even though I respect the choice of liberated women, I have never conceived of happiness outside marriage. I loved my house. You can testify to the fact that I made it a haven of peace where everything had its place, that I created a harmonious symphony of colors. You know how soft-hearted I am, how much I loved Modu. You can testify to the fact that, mobilized day and night in his service, I anticipated his slightest desire. I made peace with his family despite his desertion of our home. His father and mother and Tamsi, his brother, still continued to visit me often, as did his sisters. My children too grew up without much ado. Their success at school was my pride, just like laurels, the own at the feet of my Lord and Master. And Modu was no prisoner. He spent his time as he wished. I well understood his desire to let off steam. He fulfilled himself outside as he wished in his trade union activities. I am trying to pinpoint any weakness in the way I conducted myself. My social life may have been stormy and perhaps injured Modu's trade union career. Can a man deceived and flouted by his family impose himself on others? Can a man whose wife does not do her job well honestly demand a fair reward for labor? Aggression and condensation in a woman arouse contempt and hatred for her husband. If she is gracious even without appealing to any ideology, she can summon support for any action. In a word, a man's success depends on feminine support. And I ask myself why? Why did Modu detach himself? Why did he put Bineto between us? You very logically may reply, affections spring from nothing. Sometimes a grimace, the carriage of a head can seduce a heart and keep it. I ask myself questions. The truth is that, despite everything, I remain faithful to the love of my youth. Aisha too, I cry for Modu and I can do nothing about it. Chapter 18. Yesterday I celebrated, as is the custom, the 40th day of Modu's death. I have forgiven him. May God hear the prayer I say for him every day. I celebrated the 40th day in meditation. The initiated read the Quran. Their fervent voices rose towards heaven. Modu fall. May God accept you among his chosen few. After going through the motions of piety, Tamsia came and sat in my bedroom in the blue armchair that used to be your favorite. Sticking his head outside, he signaled to Modu. He signaled to the Imam from the mosque in his area. The Imam and Modu joined him. This time, Tamsia speaks. There is a striking resemblance between Modu and Tamsia, the same tics donated by the inexplicable law of heredity. Tamsia speaks with great assurance. He touches once again on my years of marriage. Then he concludes, when you have come out, that is to say of mourning, I shall marry you. You suit me as a wife, and further, you will continue to live here, just as if Modu were not dead. Usually, it is the younger brother who inherits his elder brother's wife. In this case, it is the opposite. You are my good luck, I shall marry you. I prefer you to the other one, too frivolous, too young. I advise Modu against that marriage. What a declaration of love, full of conceit, in a house still in mourning. What assurance and calm aplomb. I look Tamsi straight in the eye. I look at Modu. I look at the Imam. I draw my black shawl closer. I tell my beads, this time I shall speak out. My voice has known 30 years of silence, 30 years of harassment. I burst out, violent, sometimes sarcastic, sometimes contemptuous. Did you ever have any affection for your brother? Already you want to build a new home for yourself over a body that is still warm. While we are praying for Modu, you are thinking of future wedding festivities. Ah, yes, your strategy is to get in before any suitor, to get in before Modu, the faithful friend, who has more qualities than you and who also, according to custom, can inherit the wife. You forget that I have a heart, a mind, that I am not an object to be passed from hand to hand. You don't know what marriage means to me. It is an act of faith and of love, the total surrender of oneself to the person one has chosen and who has chosen you. I emphasize the word chosen. What of your wives, Tamsi? Your income can meet neither their needs nor those of your numerous children. To help you out of your financial obligations, one of your wives dies, another sells fruits, the third untiringly turns the handle of her sewing machine. You, the revered Lord, you take it easy, obeyed at the crook of a finger. I shall never be the one to complete your collection. My house shall never be for you, the coveted horses, no extra burden. My turn, every day, cleanliness and luxury, abundance and calm. No, Tamsi. And then there are Daba and her husband, who have demonstrated their financial acumen by buying up all your brother's properties. What promotion for you? Your friends are going to look at you with envy in their eyes. Modu signaled with his hand for me to stop. Shut up, stop. But you can't stop once you have let your anger loose. I concluded, more violent than ever. Tamsi, purge yourself of your dreams of conquest. They have lasted 40 days. I shall never be your wife. The Imam prayed God to be his witness. Such profane words and still in mourning. Tamsi got up without a word. He understood fully that he had been defeated. Thus, I took my revenge for that other day when all three of them had airily informed me of the marriage of Modu Fall and Bineto. Chapter 19. Aisha too. Even in my mourning clothes, I have no peace of mind. After Tamsi, Dauda dinged. You remember Dauda Ding, my former suitor? To his maturity, I had preferred inexperience. To his generosity, poverty. To his gravity, spontaneity. To his stability, adventure. He came to Modu's funeral. In the envelope that he gave Fatim, there was a large sum of money, and his look was insistent, saying a great deal, of course. Where he is concerned, I believe to be true what he used to tell us jokingly whenever by chance we met again. One never forgets a first love. After Tamsi eliminated that memorable day when I quelled his lust for conquest, after Tamsi, then Dauda Ding, a candidate for my hand. Dauda Ding was my mother's favorite. I can still hear her persuasive voice advise me. A woman must marry the man who loves her, but never the one she loves. That is the secret of lasting happiness. Dauda Ding had kept himself well compared with Modu and Modu. Just on the threshold of age, he had resisted the repeated attacks of time and exhaustion. He was elegantly dressed in a suit of embroidered brocade. He remained a small, well-groomed man, meticulous and close-shaved. He wore his social success boldly, but without condensation. Although a deputy at the National Assembly, he remained accessible with gestures that lent weight to his opinions. His lightly silvered hair, gave him unquestionable charm. For the last 3 years, he had commanded attention in the political race through the sobriety of his actions and the precision of his words. His car, with its distinctive cockade in the national colors, was parked on the opposite pavement. How much I preferred his emotion to Tams's confident arrogance. His trembling lips betrayed him. His look swept over my face. I took refuge in banalities. How is Aminata, his wife, and the children, and your clinic? What is it like at the National Assembly? My questions came uninterrupted, as much to put him at ease as to renew the dialogue that had for so long been cut off. He replied briefly, but my last question provoked a shrug of the shoulders to signify it's all right, said challengingly. I went on, it must be all right, that male assembly. I said it teasingly, rolling my eyes round. Eternal woman, even in mourning, you want to make a strike. You want to seduce, you want to arouse interest. Dauda was no fool. He knew very well that I wanted to relieve him of his embarrassment and to draw back the curtain of silence and constraint that separated us, created by the long years and my former refusal to marry him. Still very critical, Ramatoulaye, why this ironical statement and this provocative epithet when there are women in the assembly? 4 women, Dauda. 4 out of 100 deputies. What a ridiculous ratio. Not even one for each province. Dauda laughed, an open communicative laugh which I found stimulating. We laughed noisily together. I saw again his beautiful set of teeth, capped with the circumflex accent of a black mustache, combed and very sleek. Ah, those teeth, set close together, had won my mother's confidence. But you women, you are like mortar shells. You demolish, you destroy. Imagine a large number of women in the assembly. Why, everything would explode, go up in flames. And we laughed again. Wrinkling my brow, I commented, but we are not incendiaries, rather we are stimulants. And I pressed on. In many fields and without skirmishes, we have taken advantage of the notable achievements that have reached us from elsewhere, the gains wrested from the lessons of history. We have a right, just as you have, to education, which we ought to be able to pursue to the furthest limit of our intellectual capacities. We have a right to equal well-paid employment, to equal opportunities. The right to vote is an important weapon. And now the family code has been passed, restoring to the most humble of women the dignity that has so often been trampled upon. But Dauda, the constraints remain. But Dauda, old beliefs are revived. But Dauda, egoism emerges. Skepticism rears its head in the political field. You want to make it a closed shop and you huff and puff about it. Nearly 20 years of independence. When will we have the first female minister involved in the decisions concerning the development of our country? And yet, the militancy and ability of our women, their disinterested commitment, have already been demonstrated. Women have raised more than one man to power. Dauda listened to me, but I had the impression that more than my ideas, it was my voice that captivated him. And I continued, when will education be decided for children on the basis not of sex but of talent? Dauda was savoring the warmth of the inner dream he was spinning around me. As for me, I was bottling like a horse that has long been tethered and is now free and reveling in space. Ah! The joy of having an interlocutor before you, especially an admirer. I had remained the same Ramatoulaye, a bit of a rebel. I drew Dauda along with my ardor. He was an upright man, and each time the situation demanded, he would fight for social justice. It was not love of show or money that had driven him towards politics, but his true love for his fellow man, the urge to redress wrongs and injustice. Whom are you addressing, Ramatoulaye? You are echoing my speeches at the National Assembly, where I have been called a feminist. I am not, in fact, the only one to insist on changing the rules of the game and injecting new life into it. Women should no longer be decorative accessories, objects to be moved about, companions to be flattered or calmed with promises. Women are the nation's primary, fundamental root from which all else grows and blossoms. Women must be encouraged to take a keener interest in the destiny of the country. Even you who are protesting, you preferred your husband, your class, your children to public life. If men alone are active in the parties, why should they think of the women? It is only human to give yourself the larger portion of the cake when you are sharing it out. Don't be self-centered in your reaction. Consider the situation of every one of the country's citizens. No one is well off, not even those of us who are considered to be secure and financially sound, when in fact all our savings go towards the maintenance of an avid electoral clientele which believes itself to be our promoters. Developing a country is not easy. The more responsibility one has, the more one feels it. Poverty breaks your heart, but you have no control over it. I am speaking of the whole range of material and moral poverty. Better living requires roads, decent houses, wells, clinics, medicines, seats. I am one of those who advocated that independence celebration should be rotated annually among the regions. Any initiative that enables regional investment and transformations is welcome. We need money, a mountain of money, which we must get from others by winning their confidence. With just one rainy season and our single crop, Senegal will not go far despite all our determination. Night fell quickly from the skies in a hurry to darken men and things. It came through the Venetian blinds in the sitting room. The Muezzin's invitation to the Timis prayer was persuasive. Osman stood on tiptoe and flicked on the switch. There was a sudden flood of light. Dauda, well aware of the constraints of my situation, got up. He lifted Osman up towards the lamp, and Osman chuckled, arms stretched. He let him down. Till tomorrow, he said. I came to discuss something else. You led me into a political discussion. Every discussion is profitable. Till tomorrow, he repeated. He smiled, neat rows of good teeth. He smiled and opened the door. I heard his footsteps recede. A moment later, the humming of his powerful car carried him homewards. What will he say to Aminata, his wife and cousin, to justify his lateness? Dauda Din did indeed come back the next day, but unfortunately for him, and fortunately for me, my maternal aunts were visiting me and he was prevented from expressing himself freely. He did not dare to stay too long. Chapter 20. Today is Friday. I have taken a refreshing bath. I can feel its revitalizing effects, which through my open pores suits me. The smell of soap surrounds me. Clean clothes replace my crumpled ones. The cleanliness of my body pleases me. I think that as she is the object of attraction for so many eyes, cleanliness is one of the essential qualities of a woman. The most humble of hearts is pleasing when it is clean. The most luxurious setting offers no attraction if it is covered in dust. Those women we call housewives deserve praise. The domestic work they carry out, and which is not paid in hard cash, is essential to the home. Their compensation remains the pile of well-ironed, sweet-smelling washing, the shining tiled floor on which the foot glides, the gay kitchen filled with the smell of stews. Their silent action is felt in the least useful detail. Over there, a flower in bloom placed in a vase. Elsewhere, a painting with appropriate colors hung in the right place. The management of the home is an art. We have learned the hard way, and it is still not over. Even deciding on the menus is not easy if one thinks of the number of days there are in a year and of the fact that there are 3 meals in one day. Managing the family budget requires flexibility, vigilance, and prudence in performing the financial gymnastics that send you from one more or less dangerous leap to another, from the first to the last day of the month. To be a woman, to live the life of a woman. Aisha too. Tonight I am restless. The flavor of life is love. The salt of life is also love. Daughter came back. An outfit of blue brocade had replaced the grey outfit of the first visit and the chocolate-colored one of the second. He began right at the doorway in the same tone of voice as I had used at our first meeting, without stopping for breath. "How are you? And the children? And your assembly? And what about Osman?" Hearing his name, Osman appeared, his mouth and cheeks covered with the chocolate he munched all day long. Dauda grabbed hold of the little slip of a man who struggled and kicked his legs about. He let him go with a friendly tap on his buttocks and a picture book in his hands. Osman, shouting with joy, ran to show his presence to the household. "No visitors. I shall lead the discussion today. I from the male assembly." He laughed maliciously. "Don't think that I criticize you for the fun of it. Our incipient democracy, which is changing the situation of the citizen and for which your party may take much credit, appeals to me. Socialism, which is the heart of your action, is the expression of my deepest aspirations if it is adapted to the realities of our life, as your political secretary claims. The openings it has created are considerable, and Senegal offers a new prospect of liberty regained. I appreciate all that, especially when all around us, to our right and to our left, one-party system have been imposed. A single party never expresses the unanimous view of the citizens. If all individuals were made in the same mold, it would lead to an appalling collectivism. Differences produce conflict, which may be beneficial to the development of a country if they occur among true patriots, whose only ambition is the happiness of the citizen. But enough of politics, Ramatoulaye. I refuse to go along with you, like the other day. I have had my fill of democracy, struggle, freedom, and what have you. All those expressions that float about me daily. Enough, Ramatoulaye. Listen to me, rather. The Bush radio has informed me of your refusal to marry Tamze. Is it true? Yes. I, in turn, and for the second time in my life, have come to ask for your hand. After you are out of mourning, of course. I have the same feeling for you as I had before. Separation, your marriage, my own. None of these has been able to sap my love for you. Indeed, separation has made it keener. Time has consolidated it. My advance in years has purified it. I love you dearly, but with my head. You are a widow with young children. I am head of a family. Each of us has the weight of the past to help us in understanding each other. I open my arms to you for newfound happiness. Will you accept? I open my eyes wide, not in astonishment. A woman can always predict a declaration of this kind, but in a kind of stupor. Yes, Aisha too. Those well-worn words, which have for long been used and are still being used, had taken root in me. Their sweetness, of which I have been deprived for years, intoxicated me. I feel no shame in admitting it to you. Very reasonably, the deputy concluded, "Don't give me an answer immediately. Think about my proposal. I shall come back tomorrow at the same time." And as if embarrassed by his own revelations, Dauda went away after flashing a smile at me. My neighbor, Famata, the griot woman, dashed in after him, excited. She was always trying to see into the future with her cowries, and the least agreement of her predictions with reality thrilled her. I met the strong, rich man with the double trousers seen in the cowries. He gave me 5,000 francs. She blinked her deep piercing eyes that were always trying to probe into mysteries. I have given the recommended arms of 2 white and red kola nuts, she confessed to me. Our destinies are linked. Your shade protects me. You don't fell the tree whose shades protects you. You water it, you watch over it. Dear Famata, how far from my thoughts you were. The restlessness with which I was struggling and which you had foreseen did not in the least signify the anguish of love. Chapter 21. Tomorrow? What a short time for reflection, for the decisive commitment of a life, especially when that life has known in the recent past the bitter tears of disappointment. I still have a vision of the intelligent eye of Dauda Din, the pout of the stubborn lips, which contrasted with the gentleness emanating from his profoundly charitable person, who saw only the best in people and ignored the rest. I could read him like an open book, in which each sign was a symbol, but an easily interpreted symbol. My heart no longer beats widely in the whirl of the spoken words. I am touched by the sincerity of words, but I am not carried away by it. My euphoria, born of the hunger and thirst for tenderness, fades away as the hours dance past. I cannot put out any flags. The proposed celebration does not tempt me. My heart does not love Dauda Din. My mind appreciates the man, but heart and mind often disagree. How I should have liked to be galvanized in favor of this man, to be able to say yes. It is not that the memory of the deceased lies heavy within me. The dead have only the weight conceded to them, or the weight of the good they have done. It is not that the presence of my young children poses a problem. He could have filled the role of the father who had abandoned them. 30 years later, my own personal refusal is the only thing that conditions me. I have no definable reason. Our currents are opposed. Dauda Din's reputation for seriousness has already been established. A good husband? Yes. Public rumor, so wicked and thirsty for gossip where personalities are consigned, has never mentioned any goings-on of his. His wife and cousin, whom he married 5 years after my marriage out of his duty as a citizen and not out of love, another male expression to explain a natural action, has borne his children. Wife and children, placed by this dutiful man on a pedestal of respectability, offered him an enviable refuge, the outcome of his own efforts. He never accepted any honor without associating his wife with it. He involved her in his political actions, his numerous travels, the various sponsorship for which he was canvassed and which increased his electoral constituency. Before leaving Famata, the griot woman of the cowries had said, "Your mother was right. Dauda is wonderful. What girl gives 5,000 francs today? Dauda has neither exchanged his wife nor abandoned his children. If he has come back looking for you, you, an old woman, burdened with a family, it is because he loves you. He can look after you and your family. Think about it. Accept." All the trump cards. But what do these count for in the uncontrollable law of attraction? So as not to hurt him under my roof, I sent Famata, the griot woman of the cowries, with a sealed envelope for him, with the following instructions. This letter must be given to him personally, away from his wife and children. For the first time, I was turning to Famata to help, and this embarrassed me. She was happy. having dreamed of this role right from our youth, but I always acted alone. She was never a participant in my problems, only informed. Just like any vulgar acquaintance, she would complain. She was thrilled, ignorant of the cruel message she was bearing. Dauda's clinic was not far from the Villa Falane. There was a stop for the car's rapids just a few meters from his doorstep. This clinic, set up with a bank loan granted by the state to those doctors and pharmacists who expressed the desire for it, enabled Dauda Dane to continue practicing his profession. He had understood that a doctor could not abandon his call. A doctor's training is low, long, taxing, and they are not too a penny either. They are more useful in their profession than anywhere else. If they can combine their job with other activities, so much the better. But what insensitivity to give up looking after others for something else. Thus would Dauda explain himself to our mutual friends such as Mariama Bâ and Samba Diak, his colleagues. Famata, therefore, patiently waited her turn, and once in front of Dauda in the consulting room, she handed the envelope over to him. Dauda read, "Dauda, you are chasing after a woman who has remained the same, Dauda, despite the intense ravages of suffering. You who have loved me, who love me still. I don't doubt it. Try to understand me. My conscience is not accommodating enough to enable me to marry you. When only esteem justified by your many qualities pulls me towards you, I can offer you nothing else, even though you deserve everything. Esteem is not enough for marriage, whose snares I know from experience. And then the existence of your wife and children further complicates the situation. Abandoned yesterday because of a woman, I cannot lightly bring myself between you and your family. You think the problem of polygamy is a simple one. Those who are involved in it know the constraints, the lies, the injustices that weigh down their consciences in return for the ephemeral joys of change. I am sure you are motivated by love, a love that existed well before your marriage and that fate has not been able to satisfy. It is with infinite sadness and tear-filled eyes that I offer you my friendship. Dear Dauda, please accept it. It is with great pleasure that I shall continue to welcome you to my house. Shall I hope to see you again? Ramatoulaye." Famata, who had smiled in handing over her letter, told me how her smile soured on her face as Dauda read. Then instinct and observation brought a look of sadness on her face, for Dauda wrinkled his eyebrows, creased his forehead, bit his lips and sighed. Dauda put down my letter. Calmly, he stuffed an envelope with a wad of blue notes. He scrawled on a piece of paper the terrible words that had separated us before and that he had acquired during his medical course. All or nothing, Adeu. Aisha too, Dauda Dane never came back again. Bismillah, Bismillah. What was it you dared to write and make me messenger of? You have killed a man. His crestfallen face cried it out to me. You have rejected the messenger sent to you by God to reward you for your sufferings. God will punish you for not having followed the path towards peace. You have refused greatness. You shall live in mud. I wish you another Modu to make you shed tears of blood. Who do you take yourself for? At 50, you have dared to break the wall. You trample upon your luck. Dauda Dane, a rich man, a deputy, a doctor of your own age group with just one wife. He offers you security, love, and you refuse. Many women of Daba's age even would wish to be in your place. You boast of reasons. You speak of love instead of bread. Madam wants her heart to miss a beat. Why not flowers? just like in the films. Bismillah, Bismillah. You're so withered. You want to choose a husband like an 18-year-old girl. Life will spring a surprise on you, and then, Ramatoulaye, you will bite your fingers. I don't know what Dauda has written, but there is money in the envelope. He is a true Samba Lingwe from the olden days. May God gratify Dauda Dean. My heart is with him. Such was Famata's tirade on her return from her mission. She thoroughly upset me. The truth of this woman, a childhood companion through the long association of our families, could not hold good for me, even in its logic of consign. Once more, I was refusing the easy way because of my ideal. I went back to my loneliness, which a momentary flash had brightened briefly. I wore it again, as one wears a familiar garment. Its cut suited me well. I moved easily in it, despite Famata. I wanted something else, and this something else was impossible without the full agreement of my heart. Tamsir and Dauda having been rejected, there were no more barriers between the suitors and me. I then watched filing past and besieging me old men in search of easy revenue, young men in search of adventure to occupy their leisure. My successive refusal gave me in town the reputation of a lioness or mad woman. Who let loose this greedy pack of hounds after me? My charms had faded with the many maternities, with time, with the tears. Ah, the inheritance, the fat share acquired by my daughter Daba and her husband and put at my disposal. They had led the fight for the distribution of Modu's estate. My son-in-law laid down on the table the advance for the Sikap villa and 5 years' rent. The Sikap villa went to my daughter, who with the bailiff's affidavit in hand listed the content and bought it. The story of the Villa Faline was easy to relate. The land and the building represented a bank loan granted 10 years ago on the security of our joint salaries. The contents, renewed 2 years ago, belonged to me, and to support this claim, I produced the receipts. There remained Modu's clothes, those that I recognized because I had chosen and cared for them, and the others. From the second part of his life, I found it difficult to imagine him in this get-up of a young wolf. They were distributed to his family. The jewels and presents given to Lady Mother-in-law and her daughter were theirs by right. Lady Mother-in-law hiccuped, cried. She was being stripped, and she asked for mercy. She did not want to move out. But Daba is like all the young without pity. Remember, I was your daughter's best friend. You made her my mother's rival. Remember, for 5 years you deprived my mother and her 12 children of their breadwinner. Remember, my mother has suffered a great deal. How can a woman sap the happiness of another? You deserve no pity. Pack up. As for Bineto, she is a victim, your victim. I feel sorry for her. Lady Mother-in-law sobbed. Bineto, indifference itself. What did it matter to her what was being said? She was already dead inside, ever since her marriage to Modu. Chapter 22. I feel an immense fatigue. It begins in my soul and weighs down my body. Osman, my last born, holds out your letter to me. Osman is 6 years old. It's Auntie Aisha too. He has the privilege of bringing me all your letters. How does he recognize them? By their stamp? By their envelope? By the careful writing characteristic of you? By the scent of lavender emanating from them? Children have clues different from our own. Osman enjoys his find. He exults in it. These caressing words which relax me are indeed from you. And you tell me of the end, I calculate. Tomorrow is indeed the end of my seclusion, and you will be there within reach of my hand, my voice, my eyes. End or new beginning, My eyes will discover the slightest change in you. I have already totaled up my own. My seclusion has withered me. Worries have given me wrinkles. My fat has melted away. I often tap against bone where before there was rounded flesh. When we meet, the signs on our bodies will not be important. The essential thing is the content of our hearts, which animates us. The essential thing is the quality of the sap that flows through us. You have often proved to me the superiority of friendship over love. Time, distance, as well as mutual memories have consolidated our ties and made our children brothers and sisters. Reunited, we will draw up a detailed account of our faded bloom. Or will we sow new seeds for new harvests? I hear Daba's footsteps. She is back from the Blaideon Secondary School, where she has been representing me in answer to a summons. A conflict between my son, Modu Fall, and his philosophy teacher. They clash frequently when the times come to return corrected essays. As you know, there is a substantial age gap between Daba and Modu Fall, the result of 2 miscarriages. This clash, which Daba is trying to resolve, is the 3rd within 6 months in this form. Modu Fall has a remarkable gift for literary work. Right from Form 1, he has been top of his class in this subject. But this year, for every capital letter forgotten, for a few commas omitted, for a misspelled word, his teacher knocks off 1 or 2 marks. Because of this, Jean-Claude, a white boy who has always come second, has moved up to first position. The teacher cannot tolerate a black coming first in philosophy, and Modu Fall complains. This always ends in a quarrel and a summons. Daba was ready to tell the teacher off and no nonsense. But I calmed her down. Life is an eternal compromise. What is important is the examination paper. These too will be at the mercy of the marker. No one will have any say over him. So why fight a teacher for 1 or 2 marks that can never change the destiny of a student? I always tell my children, you are students maintained by your parents. Work hard so as to merit their sacrifices. Cultivate yourselves instead of protesting. When you are adults, if your opinions are to carry weight, they must be based on knowledge backed by diplomas. A diploma is not a myth. It is not everything, true, but it crowns knowledge. Work tomorrow. You will be able to elect to power anyone of your choice, anyone you find suitable. It is your choice and not ours that will direct the country. Now our society is shaken to its very foundations, torn between the attraction of imported vices and the fierce resistance of old virtues. The dream of a rapid social climb prompts parents to give their children more knowledge than education. Pollution seeps in through hearts as well as into the air. Phased out or outdated, perhaps even old fogies, we belong to the past, but all 4 of us were made of stern stuff, with upright minds, full of intense questionings that stuck within our inner selves, not without pain. Aisha too, no matter how unhappy the outcome of our unions, our husbands were great men. They led the struggle of their lives, even if success eluded their grasp. One does not easily overcome the burdens of 1,000 years. I observe the young. Where are those bright eyes, prompt to react when scorned honor demands redress? Where is the vigorous pride that guides a whole community towards its duty? The appetite to live kills the dignity of living. You can see that I digress from the problem of Modu Fall. The headmaster of the school certainly understands the Modu Fall teacher conflict, but he tried to side with a student against his teacher. Daba is here beside me, light-hearted, smiling with all her teeth at a mission successfully accomplished. Daba does not find household work a burden. Her husband cooks rice as well as she does. Her husband, who claims, when I tell him he spoils his wife, Daba is my wife, she is not my slave, nor my servant. I sense the tenderness growing between this young couple, an ideal couple, just as I have always imagined. They identify with each other, discuss everything so as to find a compromise. All the same, I fear for Daba. Life holds many surprises. When I discuss it with her, she shrugs her shoulders. Marriage is no chain. It is mutual agreement over a life's program. So if one of the partners is no longer satisfied with the union, why should he remain? It may be Abo, her husband. It may be me. Why not? The wife can take the initiative to make the break. She reasons everything out, that child. She often tells me, I don't want to go into politics. It is not that I am not interested in the fate of my country, and most especially that of women. But when I look at the fruitless wranglings even within the ranks of the same party, when I see men's greed for power, I prefer not to participate. No, I am not afraid of ideological struggle, but in a political party, it is rare for a woman to make an easy breakthrough. For a long time, men will continue to have the power of decision, whereas everyone knows that polity should be the affair of women. No, I prefer my own association, where there is neither rivalry nor schism, neither malice nor jostling for position. There are no posts to be shared, no positions to be secured. The headship changes every year. Each of us has equal opportunity to advance our ideas. We are given tasks according to our abilities in our activities and organizations that work towards the progress of women. Our funds go towards humanitarian work. We are mobilized by a militancy as useful as any other, but it is a healthy militancy, whose only reward is inner satisfaction. She reasoned everything out, that child. She had her own opinions about everything. I look at her, Daba, my eldest child, who has helped me so admirably with her brothers and sisters. It is Aisha too, your namesake, who has taken over from her the running of the house. Aisha too washes the youngest ones, Omar, 8 years old, and Osman, your friend. The others can manage well enough on their own. Aisha too is helped in her tasks by Ami and her twin sister Awa, who she is training. My twins are so similar that I sometimes confuse them. They are mischievous and play tricks on everybody. Aminata walks better than Awa. Physically so similar, why are they so different in character? The upkeep and education of young children do not pose serious problems. Washed, fed, cared for, supervised, my own are growing well with, of course, the nearly daily battle against sores, colds, headaches, in which I excel, simply from having had to struggle. It is Modu who comes to my aid during the serious illnesses. Even though I criticize him for his weakness, which broke up your relationship, I praise him very sincerely for the help he gives me. Despite his friend Modu's desertion of our home, I can still wake him up at no matter what hour. Chapter 23. My grown children are causing me a great deal of concern. My worries pale when I recall my grandmother, who found in popular wisdom an appropriate dictum for each event. She liked to repeat, "The mother of a family has no time to travel, but she has time to die." She would lament when, despite her sleeplessness, she still had to carry out her share of the duties. Ah, If only I had a bed on which to lie down. Mischievously, I would point to the 3 beds in her room. In irritation, she would say, "You have your life before and not behind you. May God grant that you experience what I have gone through." And here I am today, going through just that experience. I thought a child was born and grew up without any problem. I thought one mapped out a straight path and that he would step lightly on it. I now saw, at first hand, the truth of my grandmother's prophecies. The fact that children are born of the same parents does not necessarily mean that they will resemble each other. Being born of the same parents is just like spending the night in the same bedroom. To allay the fear of the future that her words might possibly have aroused, my grandmother would offer some solutions. Different personalities require different forms of discipline. Strictness here, comprehension there. Smacking, which is successful with the very young ones, annoys the older ones. The nerves daily undergo severe trials, but that is the mother's lot. Courageous grandmother, I drew from your teaching an example, the courage that galvanizes one at the times when difficult choices have to be made. The other night I surprised the trio, as they are popularly known, Arame, Ichine, and Deinaba, smoking in their bedroom. Everything about their manner showed that they were used to it. Their way of holding the cigarette between their fingers, raising it gracefully to their lips, of inhaling like connoisseurs. Their nostrils quivered and let out the smoke. As these young ladies inhaled and exhaled while doing their lessons and their homework, they savored their pleasure greedily behind a closed door, for I try as much as possible to respect their privacy. People say that Deinaba, Arame, and Isine take after me. They are bound by their friendship and willingness to help, as well as by a multitude of similarities. They form a block with the same defensive and distrustful reactions before my other children. They swap dresses, trousers, tops, being nearly the same size. I have never had to intervene in their conflicts. The trio has a reputation for hard work at school. But to grant themselves the right to smoke, they were dumbfounded before my anger. The unexpectedness of it gave me a shock. A woman's mouth exhaling the acrid smell of tobacco instead of being fragrant. A woman's teeth blackened with tobacco instead of sparkling with whiteness. Yet their teeth were white. How did they manage the feat? I considered the wearing of trousers dreadful in view of our build, which is not that of slim Western women. Trousers accentuate the ample figure of the black woman and further emphasize the curve of the small of the back. But I gave in to the rush towards this fashion, which constricted and hampered instead of liberating. Since my daughters wanted to be with it, I accepted the addition of trousers to their wardrobes. Suddenly, I became afraid of the flow of progress. Did they also drink? Who knows? One vice leads to another. Does it mean that one can't have modernism without a lowering of moral standards? Was I to blame for having given my daughters a bit of liberty? My grandfather did not allow young people in his house. At 10 o'clock at night, with a bell in his hand, he would warn visitors of the closure of the entrance gate. He punctuated the ringing of the bell with the same instruction. Whoever does not live here should scram. As for myself, I let my daughters go out from time to time. They went to the cinema without me. They received male and female friends. There were arguments to justify my behavior. Unquestionably, at a certain age, a boy or girl opens up to love. I wanted my daughters to discover it in a healthy way, without feelings of guilt, secretiveness, or degradation. I tried to penetrate their relationships. I created a favorable atmosphere for sensible behavior and for confidence. And the result is that under the influence of their circle, they have acquired the habit of smoking. And I was left in the dark, I who wanted to control everything. My grandmother's wise words came to mind. You can feed your stomach as well as you please. It will still provide for itself without your knowing. I had to do some thinking. There was a need for some reorganization to stop the rot. My grandmother would perhaps have suggested, for a new generation, a new method. I did not mind being a stick in the mud. I was aware of the harmful effects of tobacco, and I could not agree to its use. My conscience rejected it as it rejected alcohol. From then on, relentlessly, I was on the lookout for its odor. It played hide and seek with my watchfulness, sly and ironic. It would tease my nostrils and then disappear. Its favorite hiding place was the toilet, especially at night. But it no longer dared to expose itself openly with jaunty shamelessness. Chapter 24. Today I was not able to finish my evening prayer as I wanted to. Cries from the streets made me jump up from the mat on which I was seated. Standing on the veranda, I see my sons, Alion and Malik, arriving in tears. They are in a pitiable state, torn clothes, bodies covered in dust from a fall, knees bleeding beneath the shorts. There is a large hole in the right sleeve of Malik's sweater. The arm on the same side hangs down limply. One of the boys supporting him explains to me. A motorcyclist knocked down Malik and Alion. We were playing football. A young man with long hair, white glasses, amulets round the neck moved forward. The grey dust from the road covers his denim outfit, mauled by the children for whom he has become the target. A red wound on his leg. He is visibly taken aback by so much hostility. In a polite tone and manner which contrasts with his slovenly appearance, he offers his excuses. I saw the children too late while making a left turn. I thought I would have a clear road since it is a one-way street. I did not imagine that the children had set up a playing field. In vain I tried to brake. I hit the stone, marking the goal post. When I fell, your two sons also fell, along with 3 other small boys. I am sorry. I am pleasantly surprised by the young motorcyclist. I rode, but not against him. I know from experience the difficulty of driving in town, especially in the Medina. The tarred surface is a favorite area for children. Once they have taken possession, nothing else counts. They will dance around the ball like devils. Sometimes the object of their passion is a thick rag ball all tied up. It doesn't matter. The driver's only recourse is his brakes, his horn, his composure. A small, disorderly opening is made for him, quickly closed up again in the hustle. Behind him the shouts begin again, even louder. It is not your fault, young man. My sons are to blame. They slipped away while I was praying. Off you go, young man. Or rather, wait a moment while I get you some spirit and cotton wool for your wound. Aisha too, your namesake, brings methylated iodine and cotton. She takes care of the stranger and then of Alain. The little boys of the area disapproved of my reaction. They want the man at fault to be punished. I give them a ticking off. Ah, children, they cause an accident and in addition, they want to punish. Malik's hanging arm looked to me as if it is broken. It drops unnaturally. Quick, Aisha too, take him to hospital. If you can't find Modu, go to casualty. Quick, go child. Aisha too dresses quickly and speedily helps Malik to clean up and change. The dried blood from the wound leaves dark and repulsive stains on the ground. Cleaning them up, I think of the identical nature of men. The same red blood irrigating the same organs. These organs, situated in the same places, carry out the same functions. The same remedies cure the same illnesses everywhere under the sun, whether the individual be white or black. Everything unites men. Why then do they kill each other in ignoble wars for causes that are futile when compared with the massacre of human lives? So many devastating wars, and yet man takes himself to be a superior being. In what way is his intelligence useful to him? His intelligence begets both good and ill, more often ill than good. I go back to my place on the mat decorated with a picture of a mosque in green, reserved for my use only, just as it's the kettle for my ablution. A lion still sniffing pushes Osman aside so as to take his place beside me, looking for consolation, which I refuse him. On the contrary, I seize the opportunity to tell him off. The road is not a playing field. You go off lightly today, but tomorrow, watch out, you will have some bone broken like your brother. Alion complains, but there is no playing field in the area. Mothers won't let us play football in the compounds, so what do we do? His comment is valid. Officers in charge of town planning must make provision for playing fields when they are developing open spaces. Some hours later, Aisha too and Malik return from the hospital, where once again Modu has taken good care of them. Malik's plastered arm tells me that the drooping arm had indeed been broken. Ah, how dearly children make one pay for the joy of bringing them into the world. Just as I thought, my friend, it never rains but it pours. This is my luck. Once misfortune has me in its grips, it never lets go me again. Aisha too, your namesake, is 3 months pregnant. Famata, the griot woman of the cowries, very cleverly led me to this discovery. Public rumor had spoiled her on perhaps, or her keen powers of observation had simply served her well. Each time she cast her cowries to cut short our discussions, we had divergent points of view on everything. She would breathe a of discontent. With heavy sighs, she would point out in the jumble of cowries a young pregnant girl. I had certainly noticed your namesake's sudden loss of weight, her lack of appetite, the swelling of her breast, all indications of the child she was carrying. But puberty also transforms adolescents. They grow fatter or thinner, taller, and then, shortly after her father's death, Aisha too had a violent attack of malaria, checked by Modu. The disappearance of her plumpness dates from this period. Aisha too refused to regain weight in order to keep her slender figure. I naturally ascribe her with light intake of food and had distaste for certain foodstuffs to this new mania. Now thin, she swam in her trousers and to my great joy wore only dresses. Little Omar did tell me one day that Aisha too used to vomit in their bathroom every morning while bathing him. But Aisha too, when questioned, denied it, said it was the water mixed with toothpaste that she spat out. Omar no longer spoke of vomiting. My mind focused on something else. How could I guess that my daughter, who had calmed my anger during the cigarette affair, was now indulging in even more dangerous game? Merciless fate had surprised me again, as usual, without any weapons with which to defend myself. Every day Famata would insist a bit more on the young pregnant girl of her cowries. She would show her to me. The girl's condition was making the woman suffer. She was eloquent. Look, I say, look. This separate cowrie, hollow side turned upside. Look at this one adjusting itself to the other, white side up, like a cooking pot and its cover lid. The child is in the belly. It forms one body with its mother. The two groups of cowries are separated. This indicates an unattached woman, but as the cowries are small, they indicate a young girl. And her hand threw down again and again. The gossipy cowries. They fell away from each other, collided, overlapped. Their telltale shank filled the winnowing fan, and the same group of two cowries always remained separate to reveal distress. I followed their language dispassionately. And then, one evening, annoyed by my naivete, Famata said boldly, "Question your daughters, Ramatoulaye. A mother must be pessimistic." Worried by the relentless repetitions, anxious, I accepted the proposition. Moving like a gazelle with delicate limbs, she swept into Aisha's bedroom, afraid that I would change my mind. She came out, a triumphant gleam in her eye. Aisha too followed her in tears. Famata sent away Osman, who was nestled within my bubu, locked the door and declared, "The cowries cannot always be wrong. If they have insisted for so long, it means there is something there. Water and sand have been mixed. They have become mud. Gather up your mud." Aisha too does not deny her condition. I have saved her by exposing the matter. You guessed nothing. She did not dare confide in you. You would never have got out of this situation. I was dumbfounded. I, so prone to chide, was silent. I was flushed and breathless. I closed my eyes, opened them again. I gnawed at my tongue. The first question that comes to mind on discovering such a condition is, who is behind this theft? For there has been a theft. Who is behind this injury? For injury it is. Who has died? Who? Aisha too mentioned a certain Ibrahim Asal, who, as she talked very soon, became simply Iba. Bewildered, I look at my daughter, so well brought up, so tender with me, so ready to help in the house, so efficient in every way, so many fine qualities allied with such behavior. Iba is a law student at the university. They met at a friend's birthday celebration. Iba sometimes went to meet her at school when she did not come down at lunchtime. He had invited her on 2 occasions to his room in the university halls of residence. She confessed her liking of him. No, Iba had not demanded anything, had not forced her. Everything had happened naturally between them. Iba knew of her condition. He had refused the services of one of his mates who wanted to help him. He loved her. Though he was on scholarship, he had decided to deprive himself for the maintenance of his child. I learned everything at one go, from a broken voice accompanied by much sniffing, but without any regret. Aisha too bent her head. I recognized the unvarnished truth of her story. I recognized her in her wholehearted gift of herself to his lover, who had succeeded in uniting in this heart my image and his own. Aisha too lowered her eyes, conscious of the pain crushing me. I remained silent. My hand supported my tired head. Aisha too lowered her eyes. She heard my inner self give way. She was fully aware of the seriousness of her action, considering my recent widowhood, following up my abandonment. After Daba, she was the oldest of the succession of daughters. The oldest should set example. My teeth gnashed in anger. Remembering, like a life buoy, the tender and consoling attitude of my daughter during my distress, my long years of loneliness, I overcame my emotion. I sought refuge in God, as at every moment of crisis in my life. Who decides death and life? God, the Almighty. And also, one is a mother in order to understand the inexplicable. One is a mother to lighten the darkness. One is a mother to shield when lightning streaks the night, when thunder shakes the earth, when mud bogs one down. One is a mother in order to love without beginning or end, to make my being a defensive barrier between my daughter and any obstacle. At this moment of confrontation, I realized how close I was to my child. The umbilical cord took a new life, the indestructible bond between the avalanche of storms and the duration of time. I saw her once more, newly sprung from me, kicking about, her tongue pink, her tiny face creased under her silky hair. I could not abandon her as pride would have me do. Her life and her future were at stake, and these were powerful considerations, overriding all taboos and assuming greater importance in my heart and in my mind. The life that floated in her was questioning me. It was eager to blossom. It vibrated, demanding protection. I was the one who had not been equal to the situation. Glutted with optimism, I had not suspected the crisis of her conscience, the passion of her being, the torment of her thoughts, the miracle she was carrying. One is a mother so as to face the flood. Was I to threaten in the face of my daughter's shame, her sincere repentance, her pain, her anguish? Was I? I took my daughter in my arms. Painfully, I held her tightly with a force multiplied tenfold by pagan revolt and primitive tenderness. She cried, she choked in sobs. How could she have lived alone with her secrets? I was traumatized by the effort and skill employed by this child to escape my anger whenever she felt faint or whenever she took over from me beside my troublesome youngsters. I felt sick. I felt terribly sick. I took myself in hand with superhuman effort. The shadows faded away. Courage. The rays of light united to form an appeasing brightness. My decision to help and protect emerged from the tumult. I gained strength as I wiped the tears, as I caressed the burning brow. Young Aisha too shall have an appointment with the doctor not later than tomorrow. Famata was astonished. She expected wailing. I smiled. She wanted strong reprimands. I consoled. She wished for threats. I forgave. No doubt about it, she would never know what to expect from me. To give a sinner so much attention was beyond her. She had dreams of sumptuous marriage celebrations for Aisha too, which would compensate her for my own meager nuptials when she was a young girl, already tied to my steps like a shadow. She used to sing your praises, Aisha too, you who would give her a lot of money at the future wedding of your namesake. The story of the fiat whetted her appetite and credited you with fabulous wealth. She dreamed of festivities, and here was this girl who had given herself to a penniless student who would never be grateful to her. She reproached me for my calm. You have mainly daughters. Adopt an attitude you can keep up. You will see, if Aisha too can do this, I wonder what your trio of smokers will do. Smother your daughter with caresses, Ramatoulaye. You will see. I will indeed see when I ask to meet Ibrahim Sal tomorrow. Chapter 25. Ibrahim Sal entered my room at the appointed time. His punctuality pleased me. Tall, simply dressed, pleasant features on the whole, but with remarkably beautiful eyes, velvety, tender in the casement of his long eyelashes. One would like to see them in a woman's face. The smile as well. I let my gaze rest on the set of his teeth. No treacherous gaps. Without being self-conscious about it, Ibrahim Sal was indeed the embodiment of the romantic young lover. He pleased me, and I noticed his cleanliness with relief. Short hair combed, nails cut, shoes polished. He must be an orderly man and therefore without deceit. It was I who had summoned him, but it was he who started the conversation. How many times have I wanted to arrange this discussion to let you know? I know what your daughter means to her mother, and Aisha too has told me so much about you, your closeness to her, that I think I know you already. I am not just looking for excitement. Your daughter is my first love. I want her to be the only one. I regret what has happened. If you agree, I will marry Aisha too. My mother will look after her child. We will continue with our studies. Here then, concise and well said, was all I wanted to hear. How to reply? Should I agree readily to his propositions? Famata, who was present during the discussion, was looking out for squirrels. She asked, "You were really the first?" "Yes," confirmed Ibasal. Then warn your mother. We or I shall go to see her tomorrow to announce your crime. She had better save a lot of money to compensate my niece. Anyway, couldn't you have waited until you had a good job before running after girls? Ibrahim Sal heard the grilled woman's remark without showing any irritation. Perhaps he already knew her well enough by name and character to remain politely silent. My own preoccupations were very different from those of Famata. We were right in the middle of the school year. What was to be done to prevent my daughter's expulsion from school? I told Ibasal of my fears. He too had given some thoughts to the problem. The child will be born during the holidays. The essential thing was not to panic, just to let the months go past, and for Aisha too to dress in loose clothes. At the beginning of the following school year, the baby would be 2 months old. Aisha too would then join the final year class. After this final year, marriage. My daughter's boyfriend had worked it out logically and reminded me of Daba's clearness of mind. Ibrahim Asal himself ran no risk of being expelled from the university, and even had he still be at school, who would inform the school of his position as father-to-be? There would be no change in him. He would remain flat, while my daughter's swollen belly would point an accusing finger. When will there be a lenient law to help erring schoolgirls whose condition is not camouflaged by long holidays? I added nothing to all this careful planning. At that moment, I felt that my child was being detached from my being, as if I were again bringing her into the world. She was no longer under my protection. She belonged more to her boyfriend. A new family was being born before my very eyes. I accepted my subordinate role. The ripe fruits must drop away from the tree. May God smooth the new path of this child's life. Yet, what a path. Chapter 26. Aisha too reassuring habits regain ascendancy. My heart beats monotonously under my black wrappers. How I like to listen to this slow rhythm. A new substance is trying to graft itself onto this household. Ibrahim Sal comes every day and gives each of us what he can. He offers Modu for his logic and clarity in discussions of his topics of his essays. He provides chocolates regularly for Omar and Osman. He is not too proud to play with Malik and Alain, who have given up the street for my compound. Malik's arm is still in plaster, just as long as his leg, which cannot keep away from the ball, does not break in its turn. But the trio, Arame, Yassine, and Dianaba, refuse to accept this intrusion. The trio greets him correctly, but without enthusiasm. The trio are hostile to his invitations. They begrudge him for having... Ibrahim Sal urges Aisha to on in her lessons and homework. He has his girlfriend's success at heart. He does not want to be responsible for any regression whatsoever. Aisha to's mark improve. There is a silver lining in every cloud. Famata finds it difficult to accept Ibrahim Sal, whom she describes as cocksure, shameless. She never misses an opportunity of hitting out at him. Has one ever seen a stranger untie a goat in the house? Unperturbed, Ibrahim Sal tries to adapt. He seeks out my company, discusses current events with me, sometimes brings me magazines and fruits. His parents, informed some time ago by the vigilant Famata, also come around to see us and are anxious about Aishatu's health, and reassuring habits regain ascendancy. I envy you for having had only boys. You don't know the terrors I face in dealing with the problems of my daughters. I have finally decided to broach the problem of sexual education. Aisha too, your mistake caught me unawares. From now on, I will take precautions. I address myself to the trio, the twins being still too young. How I had hesitated earlier, I did not want to give my daughters a free hand by offering them immunity in pleasure. The world is upside down. Mothers of yore taught chastity. Their voice of authority condemned all extramarital wanderings. Modern mothers favor forbidden games. They help to limit the damage and, better still, prevent it. They remove any thorn or pebble that might hinder the progress of their children towards the conquest of all forms of liberty. I apply myself painfully to this necessity. All the same, I insist that my daughters be aware of the value of their bodies. I emphasize the sublime significance of the sexual act, an expression of love. The existence of means of contraception must not lead to an unhindered release of desires and instincts. It is through his self-control, his ability to reason, to choose, his power of attachment, that the individual distinguishes himself from the animal. Each woman makes her life what she wants. A profligate life for a woman is incompatible with morality. What does one gain from pleasures? Early aging, debasement, no doubt about it, I further stressed. My words fell uneasily on my female audience. Of us all, I was the most vulnerable, for the trial's faces registered no surprise. My chopped sentences aroused no special interest. I had the impression that I was saying the obvious. Perhaps the trio knew already. A long silence. And the trio disappeared. I let out a sigh of relief. I felt that I had emerged into the light after a long journey through a dark, narrow tunnel. Chapter 27. Till tomorrow, my friend. We will then have time to ourselves, especially as I have obtained my extension of my widow's leave. I reflect, my new tone of mind is hardly surprising to you. I cannot help unburdening myself to you. I might as well sum up now. I am not indifferent to the irreversible current of women's liberation that are lashing the world. This commotion that is shaking up every aspect of our lives reveals and illustrates our abilities. My heart rejoices each time a woman emerges from the shadows. I know that the field of our gains is unstable, the retention of conquest difficult, social constraints are ever present, and male egoism resists. Instruments for some, bait for others, respected or despised, often muzzled. All women have almost the same fate, which religions or unjust legislation have sealed. My reflections determine my attitude to the problem of life. I analyze the decisions that decide our future. I widen my scope by taking an interest in current world affairs. I remain persuaded of the inevitable and necessary complementarity of man and woman. Love, imperfect as it may be in its content and expression, remains the natural link between these two beings. To love one another, if only each partner could move sincerely towards the other. If each could only melt into the other. If each would only accept the other's successes and failures. If each would only praise the other's qualities instead of listing his faults. If each could only correct bad habits without harping on about them. If each could penetrate the other's most secret haunt to forestall failure and be a support while tending to the evils that are repressed. The success of the family is born of a couple's harmony, as the harmony of multiple instruments create a pleasant symphony. The nation is made up of all the families, rich or poor, united or separated, aware or unaware. The success of a nation, therefore, depends inevitably on the family. Why aren't your sons coming with you? Their studies. So then, will I see you tomorrow in a tailored suit or a long dress? I have taken a bet with Daba. Tailored suit. Used to living far away, you will want again. I have taken a bet with Daba. Table, plate, chair, fork. More convenient, you will say, but I will not let you have your way. I will spread out a mat. On it, there will be the big steaming bowl into which you will have to accept that other hand step. Beneath the shell that has hardened you over the years, beneath your skeptical pout, your easy carriage, perhaps I will feel you vibrate. I would so much like to hear you check or encourage my eagerness, just as before. and as before, to see you take part in the search for a new way. I warn you already, I have not given up wanting to refashion my life. Despite everything, disappointment, and the humiliations, hope still lives on within me. It is from the dirty and nauseating humus that the green plants sprout into life, and I can feel new buds springing up in me. The word happiness does indeed have meaning, doesn't it? I shall go out in search of it. Too bad for me if once again I have to write you so long a letter. Ramatoulaye.